Hey, hey, hello.
Yep.
Hi. Ugh, it stink. Hi, Panda. Hi, everyone. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Brian. Hi, Shredder. Hi, Ixon. And then hi, Panda. Hi, Nat. Yeah. Hi, Narix. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hello. Someone told me if you say Kobo 3 times in the mirror, they appear. Oh, I'll appear, alright. I mean, not just me. The other the other kobold might just appear as well. Gunfire no banana. I don't know. I don't know play already. you want play Gunfire? I forgot to open up the thing. This one. There. I forgot to open up the can. Milk. Caption. Hungry? Yeah, go eat lah. Go eat lah. I just finished lunch. I had a family lah. Ooh, earboop. Earboop. Ixon bullying the kobold. Nah, Ixon would never. There's just a lot of milk going on only. It's just milk. It's just milk. We love you. Kobo loves you too. Yeah. Ding. Ding. I don't know. I mean, it's the happy kind of love. Like, I know listen, my brain doesn't work currently, but whenever I hear chat tells me that they love me or something like that, which I know y'all do, and I do love y'all too. Okay, hi Roxas. Okay, but you know, just you guys telling me that you guys love me, just tears of joy rolling down, and then you have Roxy just throwing the milk at me. Tears of joy, really. Oh wait, I know the other word. It's heartwarming for me. I like it. So thank you. Well, for chat's information, Kobo loves y'all too. Yee. I love crying milk. Probably. Oh yeah, Gunfire. So my brain just stopped. Oh yeah, I was talking about the thing, right? I forgot. The thing. I was out having a family lunch. That's why I'm pretty late today. We went to a very far away place to eat, so that's why I'm like driving super fast home, and I'm still pretty late. Yeah, I'm still pretty late, but I'm here. It's all good. How much would you yip non-stop? Non-stop. You're saying you're gonna hug a kobold as a dragon, and you expect the kobold to stop yipping? No. Yeah, yip. See all the hugs and all the yips? Oh, I didn't realize the voice mod having so much AI voices now.
Yep.
Matt. AI kawaii. Yoin. Little monster. Little employee. Genki AI. So many Giga Chat. Battlefield Radio. Dean? The billion hair. Yeah, it's voice mod. I'm not surprised. But yeah, Kobo hopes you are doing good. I want to look at Gunfire Reborn a little bit today. And to be completely honest, I I didn't look at the Monster Hunter Frontier Z Discord last night, but I blame Narix for it. No, actually, I blame Narix and Roxas for it. They want me to play Monster Hunter World with them, and I did because I want to play games with them. And then I didn't check the Monster Hunter Frontier Z stuff. We played until like shit. I think it was 1 a.m. Yeah. We played until 1 a.m. and then I was like, nah, I want sleep. I just closed everything and I went to sleep immediately. I didn't even look at the Monster Hunter Frontier Z thing. But today, hopefully today I can do it tonight. I think maybe. I don't know how long it's gonna take though. I hope it's not that long. I hope it's not that long. Anyway, I want to play some Gunfire Reborn. At the same time, I'm gonna keep this music playing because I'm gonna keep this music. Oh wait, this one is good, but what if I play Ultra Kill? Just Ultra Kill... all of Ultra Kill's music. Oh, Layer 7 music. Yeah, give me a second. Full OST with transitions. I don't know which one is good. 8 videos. 20k, 85k, 69. 69? This one's only 28 minutes. This one's 33 minutes. There's no sound. Oh. Okay, I think Cowboy's gonna black and small. Oh, layer 7 is kinda scary though. OST with transitions. The world looks white, the world looks red. Bowl of hell, the world dream of eternal sleep. Spooky. Spooky. Here, let's play some Gunfire. While we are listening to some spooky music. Oh, Nan and Chris are playing. I have a big cup of coffee. Oh, thanks for pick. I have a big cup of coffee right here. I'm holding it, but you guys cannot see it. It is as if I'm holding a cup. Maybe I just want the combat music. How about that? Can I do that? Layer 7 combat OST because it's too scary. Ultra Q OST only fight themes? Oh, how about this? Ultra Q infinite hyperdev. Into the fire. Oh, I think there's something going on. The basic pets are unaligned? Uh-oh. Oh, you're right. The boobs are kind of fine. Kind of. Thank you, Nexus. Send something on Memes. I can check it out because I have Discord open. How to talk to tall people. Handy guy for kobolds. Yeah. Looks sounds about right. I got milk. Okay. That's a long intro. Oh, okay, it's fine. It is Ultra Kill. What is this? Oh my god, No, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I swear. Well, okay, you know what? I didn't. What if I turn on vertical sync? Is it gonna be okay? Oh, I know how to prevent the screen flashes. Give me a second. Sorry, yeah. Real quick, I'm gonna do this. There it is. Look at that. And I can disable this, and it won't. Yeah, it will not do the screen flashes too much, you know. Hi, Rada. I love this game. I played too much of this game, but I heard that there's like a new season going on now, so I'm revisiting this game a little bit. Hello. Welcome. Why is it normal? Oh, I'm changing settings so I can see. I'm doing... Sorry. I'm doing 4-player count. Yeah, new season already. Simreniros. Sorry if I butcher your name, but hi. Welcome. Who am I gonna play? Who am I gonna play? Do I fist or do I shoot? I haven't played fist in a while. I'm gonna try some fist. Intermittent watchings, sure. Mission from above. It's boundless streams, right? Not endless journey. Yeah, I think this is good enough. Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna go fish some monsters. God, it's been a long time since I last played this. What is this? After deploying, costs 10 energy every 2 seconds to release a smoke within 4 meters. After 5 seconds, causing opponents enemies within the smoke every 3 seconds. When dealing damage, 1% chance for each stock of fist sensation. Oh, it's hero exclusive. Oh my god, these are the new things, huh? Oh shit. 2 energy points per second. When striking punch hits a barrier, it will release a Nova towards the reticle, casting a secondary skill on all enemies hit by the Nova without cost. It actually costs 20% of projectile damage, 8% in reincarnation level. I like barrier. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I want my vertical sync back. Give me back my vertical sync. Okay, we good, we good. If anything gets too laggy and shit, I'll just turn it off again. 1% chance to gain 1 more projectile. Oh, 1 more projectile. I like Kennen. I need to deploy this. Eh. That sucked. Hi, Salo. And Salo milk. Can you just do this? Can you shoot me? Oh! Oh, that's cool. Okay. Call. I need a weapon that's like not this slow. Fish! Fish! Oh god, I don't know how to aim anymore. Gain 2 temporary dash charges while defeat enemies during shielding? Within 1.2 after retracting the Aspis, Tidal Aspis enters a no cooldown state for 2 seconds. Tidal Aspis? I forgot the name is called Tidal Aspis. Recover 1 use of striking punch each time you use it when holding the Aspis. Sure. Aspis it is. Scorch skin? Very early into a level 15 for season pass. Level 15 doesn't sound too hard. It sounds easy enough if you like. Rainbow Ew. Fish! Fish! Oh no, oh no. We are getting exposed, I don't know how to aim. Okay, wait. You know what? Give me a second. I'm still gonna keep playing the music. Oh, where is it? Yeah, the best one. Alright, this is the best music. You can buy the previous season's stuff with souls. Well, that's good. What's that? The barrier can move with the caster but no longer block enemy projectiles. Energy cost changes to 12 per second, dealing 300% barrier damage to enemies upon contact. Projectile from caster gains an additional 120% barrier damage after dealing damage 15 times when passing through. Combat mode. Shutdown. Weird, okay. Supportive wiggles? I've been supported. I felt the wiggle. So if I do Aspis, oh. Don't I block enemy? I don't block enemy projectile again, right? Shit, I'm not playing Ultra Kill. I'm not playing Ultra Kill. I instinctively dash jump. Dash jump. Miko makan first. Hi, Mac Lunch. Meep merp. We have Dragon Merpen. Wiggler main. Wiggler main. We love Wiggler. Last stand. Fish. Fish. No. Fish. Oh wait, nope. Oh yeah, I don't block projectiles anymore. It says passing through enemy? I'm a bit. Yeah. I got stuck. Fisting is kind of hard in the early game. Also, I think the game. Sorry, it's kind of loud. I'll allow that. Yeah, fisting is hard. Masterful craftsmanship. I cannot discard this. If I take this, I have to commit to it. Did turtle get a change? Not to my knowledge. Do I want to bet? It's alright. I mean, I think this scroll is good for early game, but it's really bad for late game. Like, really, really fucking bad. Okay, Nexus. Have a good luck. Thank you. Have good luck. Oh, wait. I always take Masterful, but fair enough. It's a good scroll, don't get me wrong. It's just, it's kind of bad late game because it limits your inscriptions to only 4 of them. Did you just recharge and fly at the same time? Where are you? Beast! Beast! I'm used to fisting people though. Don't you do like a... I mean that's kind of your profession, right? You do the what do you call it again? Massage? Yeah, massage. When mechanism costs a certain amount of energy, hero restore the secondary skill usage and plus 15 random reserve ammo. Sure. Didn't they change some assault rifle things? I think this one is pretty fun. Lightning bolt fireball on a crit hit. If only I can crit. If only I can aim. You know, if only I can aim. God damn it. Fist? Fist. I never take Masterful, but I really should, because I have no luck with inscriptions. Yeah. I'll tend to discard Masterful inscriptions, or like Masterful craftsmanship, after like, maybe like 2nd or 3rd stage. It's just not worth it anymore, when the base weapon will have at least 4 or 5 inscriptions. Really? I'm no pussy. I'm taking this. I'm so gonna die. I can already see my future. Dying soon. Oh, don't take this. Take this. Oh. Ooh, this one is really good for boss. I need a melee weapon. Oh, there it is. And Justice? Justice. I have no money. Wait. Nanti dulu. Jangan. Okay, thank you. Oh, Nelly. Yeah, sure. Everything is fine. Here, that didn't happen. Lightning Bolt Fireball is my favorite combo on Dragon Chaser. I heard they changed a bunch of guns now. Yeah, look at that. Now everyone can be whatever it is. Of the ocean. When Fist Sensation reaches 1540-80 stacks, gain power of the ocean status for 3 seconds. During status duration, stacks don't decrease and each punch extends duration by 1 second up to 3 seconds. Oh, so it's like a fisting build. Sure. But I do need a lot of speed, Dragon. Would you be interested in spreading diplomacy with me? Democracy? Democracy? Isn't that like a political thing? Question mark? Eh, thanks for that, pet. Fish! Been playing a lot of Helldivers 2. Oh, Helldivers 2! Shit, I've been saving up, but because lately it's getting really tight on the financial situation here, so cannot buy much games lately. When I read the patch notes, it looks like most auto rifle weapon got a buff. Yeah, because nobody uses assault rifle, and now they got a buff, and I'm kind of curious what they change. Shoot me then, shoot me then. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. What? Where the fuck you came from? I use assault rifle. That's why I said almost no one. Not no one. Hey hey. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't use them. I use dragons. You know, because obvious reasons I'm a kobold. I'm not playing overkill. Stop doing dash jumps. I'm gonna do a goddamn what do you call it again? Bop. That dash jump control jump. Shoot me then. You won't. Why am I stuck? It's a no one? No, I didn't say you're a no one. That's a new one. 1 meter dash distance. 4 seconds of fist sensation after dashing. Alaksana Fist. Alaksana Fist. Plus 2% lucky hit chance for every stack of fist sensation. Oh my god. For every normal enemy elite boss within 10 meters. Emit shockwave every 1.2 while shielding. While using tidal aspis, okay. Damage equal to fierce charge to enemies within 7 meters. Each block. Oh, 50% chance release? When I feel like Turtle is really good now, I just bad at this game currently. Oh. Hi, Evie. Now, level 3 of Solid Shell is really powerful. Level 3 is 4, 8, 12 damage resistance. Reset tidal aspis cooldown immediately upon a shield break? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Extend fist station lasts for 3 seconds. Hope you're doing good, Evie. Nah, all 3 of these are so good. Nah. I'd rather get some survivability first before I die too quickly. Because I already died once. Sorry, I didn't see what was that? 10 level, 1 general almighty course. Click to assemble. What do you mean? Assemble what? Install equip, discard, no press, discard all? When current energy is not higher than 50% of the energy cap, using a secondary skill will consume an additional 50% usage and restore some energy. I guess? I don't know. Deploy. No. That's kinda cute. Wait a minute. Good enough. What is this general? You have 10 components. Oh, these things. Oh. Converting to a health shield for armor cap. Here we have a chance to refresh the cooldown of primary skill. When making it cost a certain amount of energy, hero will gain temporary dash. When not deployed is tripled. Nice. Oh, okay. Go get him. Go get him, turret. Yeah, shoot him. Shoot him. Oh. I'm stuck. I'm stuck again. Dangers. Against burning? Love the classic music. What brought this on? Oh, it's Ultra Q music. I've been playing Ultra Q. Oh, you guys can see it, but yeah, it's actually Ultra Q's music. But I know the original song is not from Ultra Q. They say the original composer is someone else. But yeah, it's good. I like it. Title SPS Fist. Fist. Oh. I don't need that. I'm sorry about my cough. Oh, fire! Fire bad! Fire bad! I swear, you know, I know how to play this game. But I doubt it now. I'm bad. Oh. Okay, maybe don't fist for now. Let's play some easy character. Lalo. Okay, Lalo is not easy. I can dual wield assault rifles, right? Yeah, why not? Let's try. Have fun. Have fun. Let's do ultimate weapon. Ultimate firearm. I want a dual wield assault rifle. Assault rifle. Well, the marketplace. Eh? But brick though. Brick is also good. But brick is sniper. And I love brick. I cannot handle brick. I cannot handle. I need to have brick. What if I play double brick? Double brick. 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 Ooh, hey, OP weapon. Nah, brick. Oh my god, brick! Help me, brick! Help me, brick! Help me! Brick. 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 I wanna win! Ow. OP weapon. Oh, we're at a different room? Do you think I care? I have starting. Yeah, just use starring. Wait, I went the wrong way? Oh wow. Yeah, let's get accuracy because I'm gonna play assault rifle. I feel like I'm very slow now playing this game. I'm not who I used to be anymore, eh? We love starring. Oh. Sure. I love starring. Starring is pretty strong. You don't need to aim, just look at their general direction and they're dead. It's not like they do they do no damage though, they do a shitload of damage. That's the thing. Looking at the general direction and they're dead. Oh! Wicked. Hi, Twisted Sass. Do you play Total War Warhammer 3? There's lizards inside. Do I get to play as them? No touchy. Don't touch the kobold. No permission. Ooh, this one is really strong. Okay, bye-bye brick. Yes, all 6 of them. What's the gameplay like? I'm surprised I never heard of it. Let's get this one. So I can shoot without abandon. I wanted to buy it for her, but it's expensive. Showed you a video a long time ago. I don't remember. Is it like a first-person hack and slash like Warhammer Vermintide? It has the name Warhammer in it. I do play Vermintide. It's a fun game. It's like a melee-oriented level that decided to try a new season myself and I like the turret. But I usually play the Red Panda and build Iron Wing for turret mode, so I might be a bit biased. A turret is cool. I like turret. Look at this little guy. Turret, good. I also like turret. Look at this little unit. Look at that. It's a nice turret. It's a strategy game? Maybe that's why I forgot about it. It's expensive as heck? How much does it cost? I'm going to Steam and check it out. Total War Warhammer? 3. Total War Warhammer 3. The entire game costs 300 USD. Over here it says 189 ringgit, no? Here. Yeah, 190 ringgit. That's just the base game. Oh, and then there's this. Without the lizards? Oh, fuck. Oh. 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 Oh, the Beastman. Oh. Shit. Oh yeah, let me see how the game looks like. Oh, is this a gameplay? Do we have gameplay? Do you have gameplay? There's no gameplay shown, so this is all cinematic. It's like watching a cinema. Oh, there it is. Look at that. It's so different. Oh! Dragon. Oh, hi, Breen. Best way for a tale, to be honest. They do them fairly often. The prophet and the warlock is found with one with the Skaven and the kobolds. That's Kete. You can transform into a dragon. So it's not originally a dragon? God fucking damn it. This again. Why is the game always like this? I transform into a dragon. I'm not a dragon though. It's like, cool. Oh, gameplay maybe? They never show gameplay for whatever reason. Oh, uses in-game. Wait. What'd you say? What'd you say? The in-game engine represents a work in progress. Oh. Oh, these are already all in-game. I'm stupid then. If it is, then it's very impressive. Although I don't know how the game functions because the game is all cinematic. How do you play the game then? Do I just watch a cinema like this? It's like I'm watching a movie. I'm not doing anything though. I'm not seeing any like button clicks or like movements or just gameplay in general. It always shows like a movie scene. It's cool, but I don't see the gameplay. Have you tried Buckshot Roulette yet? Yeah. I played it. It's good. The game made my made the entire Twitch in this area, around my area, died. I think I put it on YouTube somewhere. I think. Yeah, the stream suddenly died, so it's like, yep. Let me double check. I think I did. Maybe I did not. Oh yeah, it's here. There's one comment. Who? It says one comment, but there's no comment. I don't know. Weird. It's okay. I enjoy the game a lot. There was at one point that I read all my opponent's movement. It's like, oh, I read the gun bullets. It's really good. I like it. It's a good feeling. Right, let's play some game. Tira, can I please send you a video now? Sure, I guess. Oh. Oh. Why did I stay in the fire? Why did I stay in the fire? I'm stupid. Oh, nice. More lucky shot chance. So cheap. Oh! Who? Who the fuck? There was nothing. What do you mean? Too dangerous, too dangerous. Don't play like this. Don't go Hail Mary. I'm not playing Explosion. Even though I love Explosion. Airbag? Alright, what's this video about? Princess Peach is on the verge of the forced marriage. I'm sorry. Having been kidnapped by Bowser, Toad is prepared a secret weapon for Peach? Turn his wedding to chaos. Oh, 2 minutes. No. Oh no! What the fuck am I looking at? Oh no! Is it safe to watch on stream? Is it safe to watch on stream? Oh, it's all like this. It's safe? Okay. Oh no. No. I don't I don't know how I feel about this. Damn.
Mamma mia!
Oh my god. Why are you like this? I think there's such a thing as too much random to it. That it makes it... I feel weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. Nah, 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 nah. I think it's just not my thing. It was funny at first, but then it just became a little bit too much. That was in the movie? Yeah, sorry, I didn't like that one. Oh wait, I forgot to open up the music. Oh boy, I'm scared. Same. Oh. This is fine. Oh, the boss itself is corrosive. There's one cross moment behind. I almost died. Thank you, airbag. Murder. Cuddle Snuffles, hi. Slightly decrease rate of fire when tapping ADS. And hitting enemy multiple times will cause it to enter the state of weak spot. Receive any received weapon damage will trigger a critical. I guess pairing this with another assault rifle would be good, right? Wait, it's only ADS though. This one is good. I'm not gonna change it. I'm selling this one. Should random with Bowser getting the life out mushroom. Didn't like the Toad stealing it. I felt I felt gypped. I just think like that animation probably took a long time to make. You know, animation is not easy to do. It's just there's way too many like. I mean, when the Bowser first came out, and then it's like Ricardo one is good, and then after that it's just way too much like unneeded tongue movement, and then twerking just makes me feel uncomfortable. Oh yeah, I did say that. Doing this is not easy. Just not my liking. Shit, I cannot even animate walking. And trying to make me animate walking? God, I'll cry. Shit, it's difficult. Oh yeah, hi, kind of Dragon Eyes. Oh, shit. Oh wait, Star Rangers disregard the shield? We love that. Don't edge this early? Sure. I kinda want to play this. How about no assault rifle, but just glimmering and icy spear? I think I could do that. Hi Jay. Kobo, Borobu. Hello. Oh, right. I forgot they changed Woodpecker, and then I love Woodpecker now. At least last time I played, Woodpecker was really good. All charges will pick up a secondary skill. Replace a random non-exclusive inscription of the selected weapon with an exclusive inscription. Milk. Randomly remove one inscription of your primary weapon and lower the weapon level by 3. Within 4 seconds. Not using milk as a hydrate reminder, or I will drink. Iced coffee. More than 20 critical hits in the next 60 hits. Minus 20% non-critical damage is kind of scary. I got this. Elite boss? Sure. Oh no, not this map. Why are you like this? I'm dead. I'm dead for the DOT. This game, I swear to God. I'm dead for the DOT. Oh wait, I want to play... Oh, I forgot. I want to play White Tiger. I want to play Ladle. When I play Ladle, I can use Woodpecker. Wait, Counterfinals was good if I'm gonna play Explosive. Oh no. Oh no. This early? There's no need to aim. I hit the foot and it's actually a headshot. I'm such a good sniper. Like this instant head. Oh, instant headshot. How did I miss? Dog with a knife. You guys might notice that I'm not moving from time to time. I have to mute the mic and cough. Mute the mic and cough for a little bit. Dog with knife! Okay, dog with knife is a bad idea. You know what I feel like right now? The turret is totally carrying me. The turret is 100% carrying me. I'll take it. Hope you're feeling okay. I'm feeling pretty okay. It's just weird throat moment. Albeit it has been happening for like months, but I'm sure someday it's gonna stop. It's fine. I'm okay. Oh, I need to put it on my own. Is it like every time? Yike, I didn't see that. Oh, fire, fire. Actually, why don't I just hide? My turret can shoot everything. I feel like I can just hide. I feel safe. Best music. Turret. Did they just whiff? Sorry, not whiff. Did they just shoot? Not the weak point? Turret OP. Turret OP. You know, I think turret is just turret. It's gonna be good on early game. Late game is not. It's probably not gonna do a lot. But I think turret's really good early game. Ooh, not now. Yeah, just gonna hide well and everything is good. When current energy is not higher than 50% of the energy cap, will consume an additional 50% usage and restore some energy. I'm currently playing Nona, so I have 2 turrets, contributing next to nothing this run. No, you're contributing something. You're the one that builds them. That works, right? That works. I want to play explosion. I love explosions. Just cobalt things. Oh my god, I'm not doing any damage now. I'll call score of the current spotting quality based on your progress when completing the target. The quality of your score will be increased by 1 for every 20 enemies you defeat assist. I have 4 player on, right? Yeah, this one's good. Hi Cordy. Do a bit of arson? Yeah. We love fire. Although my fluff doesn't like fire though. I have fluff on. I cannot just stand beside fire. It's dangerous. Oh no. Oh no. Why am I taking it? Because I want money. That's why I'm taking it. I cannot just stand still like that. It's dangerous. Oh yeah, I hope you're doing good, Cordy. The turret hero core for Nona makes it so when Iron Ring does a Nova or Rocket Barrage attack, the turret does it too. Sounds absurd. Double the skill. We love that. We love double the skill. Why are you not giving me any explosion weapons? There it is. Oh, I win. I actually win. Oh no. Oh, we love that. Okay. Dragon. Dragon and cicak. Eat shit. Ow. Doing good, just chilling. Nice. Chilling is good. Oh, against an elemental effect. Nice. Woohoo, yeah! Woohoo, yeah! We found it. Fire Enthusiast price HP? That's a new one. After switching stages, HP drops to 1, obtaining 3 times the amount of copper for the deducted HP. I have... Oh? Wait, I'm gonna be rich! I'm gonna be so rich! 自由度降息. Why? Oh, there it is. Every time dealing fire damage will recover 20% lost total HP. Oh, there's a cooldown now. Also inflict burning on yourself. I need fire shard as soon as possible. Because without fire shot, I think I'm gonna die. Like, very quickly. No HP but all copper? I'll take it. I love gold. Wait, I forgot to take... Oh! I need shiny. Moving every 30 meters, the next attack costs 2 seconds of imprisoning. Stationary for 3 seconds. I don't like this shit. Stationary for 3 seconds. All the shiny things for the kobold? Yeah. And kobold likes shiny things. I want shiny. Burn everything! Bunch of assholes. How much? Oh, 3, right. And then just now I got a mad bomber. Explosion damage in chain. Explosive bullets. Resolute. Evil banishing talisman. I'll take this one for the long run. If I take this and then I got evil banishing sword, and I can collect as much curse scroll as I can. Dodge so slow. I have 2,000 gold. Don't kill me! Oh! 3 times after taking damage. Plus 90% damage resistance? Because 30% 3 times is... Okay. Heal! How many times did you shoot? No. Right, it's reincarnation 9. They don't only shoot 4 times. They can shoot more than 4 times. Oh, I got careless. I got careless. Here, we can double check here. Oh, it just says increased bullet speed. I got scammed. And I thought the game keeps giving me weapon genius. The game knows I want it. Oh, dragon. 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 Reload 2 ammo at the same time, 30% projectile. 1 second of reloading. Is this normal for the music? Oh, it's ending, that's why. It's okay, we can listen to it again. It feels weird. Wait. Almost forgot about the vault. You know, honestly, after playing Ultra Kill, I feel like every game is slower now. Yeet. Oh my god! Yay. Did they change it? I cannot jump up here? Oh. Copyright warning, but you should check out Billie Holiday. I really think you'll enjoy her work. Oh! I think you talked about Billie Holiday yesterday as well. Well, not really talk about, but mentioning. Is it something like this as well? Oh, I think I'm gonna enjoy it, yeah. I do love music like this. It's really good. I can listen to this for a long time. More butt shooting tonight? What do you mean butt shooting? What butt shooting? We were doing Fatalis, not butt shooting. Lycan still needs more? Me and my friend hitting the butt? Well, yeah. we don't care about the legs, and then you just keep... Why would you want to wound the leg? At least just aim for the chest. I think chest... You can aim for the chest. Ow. Oh! Instant? Game's tough. I die at a chance. It's either a win or not. Not fast or not at that point. It's not fast. We were trying to break the head for the extra eye. Because if you aim at the chest, Vitalis will flop down more often than usual. So when Vitalis flops, we have a lot more chances to hit the head. Oh shit, I forgot to reload. Yike! Yike, beat me up! This game, I swear to God. I'm losing souls. I'm losing souls. No, I trusted my explosion build. Oh. But why? Oh, hi, Cheesecake. Hi, Cheesecake. Dragon. Oh. Oh, this one is really good. No, you need your soul? Yeah. But I'm losing my soul though. The game bully. Scoping mark 2 enemies by aiming at them. Additional crit damage will be dealt in each damage. Is this mistranslation?开镜后可通过瞄准标记两个敌人造成伤害时，标记的敌人会额外受到一次暴击伤害。So it's extra crit damage. Wait, not extra crit damage. One more crit damage. Hiya. It is a bit of a mistranslation now. I was like, huh? Feels a little bit weird. Milk. Beautiful with a cutie tail. I love big tail. Tiara. Oh my god, it's Tiara. New name dropped. Tiara. Yeah, two. That's what it meant. It deals damage 2 times instead of 1 time. Tiara. Hi, super uber. I'll have some kitty, sweet, adorable, amazing being the entire world. I'm doing good. Just some throat problem. I'm doing pretty good. I hope you're good too, you super uber ultra awesome cutie sweet adorable amazing being in the entire world. And that is Cheesecake. You get to know you. Oh shit. The know you Tiara. Oh, it does sound like Tiara. But if I aim for the chest, we lose even more. Virus already died, treated 4 times. Dodge! Dodge Fatalis can be dodged. I'm doing good, just playing against the studying like usual. And good luck with your studies still. Oh god, I'm not playing Counter-Strike. I swear to god, this thing knows when to stop. Sniping is too hard. Oh, this one's good. See, Roxas, you and Virus should solo Fatalis. If you solo Fatalis, you know what he's doing, and then you can dodge Fatalis' attack. Easy. I forgot to do the vault. Fuck. for pets and poops. Pets and poops. Thank you, Brecky. Also, hi. Hello, Brecky. Still to the third phase. Hurts that I don't have enough revive. Practice. I love how the moment I release my right click, they come out. I have my turn. Hope you're doing good, Brecky. Look at the licks. Fuck. It's a new one. I'm so tired. No. Is it sleeping? Is it sleepy time over there? Or is it so early? Unlimited enhancement for each craftsman. After the third enhancement, plus 130 copper costs every time. Oh! Oh! If I go for copper build, this one is insane. Oh yeah, did X add milk? I don't remember, but I need to drink coffee. It's 8 AM? Oh! Stayed up too late yesterday? It happens. I still hope. Hopefully it's Sunday, you can get some more rest. Just a little bit more. I want this one. Inflict 1 extra lightning when hitting an enemy? Oh, I win. Oh no! Oh, I almost died again. Did I go through the vault? I did, okay. Ooh, yikey peeky. Wait a minute. Turret. Turret carry. Oh. $15 chance explosion. When triggering an elemental effect, pass to a nearby random enemy. Okay. This one's really good. This one is like close range powerhouse. Forgot we also have Kermit on drugs. All picked up ammos will automatically convert. Gain 3 copper, okay. Dragon. Dog can hardly use dragon. Dragon is nice. Oh, wait a minute. This is really bad. Yeah, the poison lasts for too long. The poison lasts for too long. Cannot believe it. Should just play it safe. And spend 2,000 soul essence. I already spent so much. I didn't even gain any soul essence back. Wait, I forgot I'm going to play Tiger. It's okay, we're gonna go for explosion build again. Trust. And Kobold got this. Alright, I'm locking in. In the pit. We love illusion. It's not piercing, right? Yeah, it's effective range. It's fine. But this gun hurts. The turret killed everything, not me. I didn't kill anything. Skill damage. At least that helps at first. This gun is very not bad. I like it. It's quite accurate. And because I have projectile +1, it just does so much more damage. Oh my god, how did I miss that one? I didn't know turret's that good. The more I use turret, the more I love turret. Stinky. Reach 3 seconds without using primary or secondary skills? Plus 30% weapon damage up to 3 stacks. Every 3 seconds without firing. Oh! So it's a good for both world kind of scroll. I like that. I'm trying hard. I'm trying really hard. I'm putting in all my gamer skills. Gaming. We gaming. Fire damage. Lucky shot chance plus 20%. Oh, it's nimble. That's why it reloads so fast, even though it has this. Plus 30% reload time. Oh my god. Really? That accurate? Whoa. Not the poison. I'm stuck. Oh no! Oh, I pressed yes though. It's really hard. Hmm. I mean, dog is already like pretty easy to play. There's a much easier one, kitty. But no. Let's play some sniper. This one is gonna bring... Is there counter violence? There is. Counter violence. Thanks for the pick. Why not? I'm feeling the lazy Sunday. I feel like every Sunday I feel lazy. Although I wouldn't say it's necessarily a bad thing, to be honest. Tidak. What? Will no longer cost energy while shooting. 0.5% Hound's total damage for each point of current energy. Does not deal damage every 5 seconds, plus 4 energy points cost per second. Up to 20 energy points cost per second. At 40 energy? Hitting will cause once damage to an additional enemy within 5 meters. Attacking will cause elemental effect and 50% chance of triggering an elemental effect. That just means I need to be fast, right? Oh my god, look at the cost. Energy's gone. Justice is gonna carry me. Reascend. It will be destroyed once being discarded. Hero will lose all ascensions and gain a corresponding number. Woo! A reset scroll? Shit. Actually a reset scroll, I'm surprised. Yep. Okay, we can play very fast, but let's not be too careless. Yeah, like that. Ooh. Ooh. No, I love Justice though. Oh. Yeah, you know what? Play Sniper. Don't cheese the game. Don't cheese the game. Play the game. Play the game. A Woodpecker is really strong. It's just Justice is broken, sort of. Did you know I can listen to one single music for 24 hours or more? Wow, that hurt. Go turret, get him. No? That was lucky as hell. Those shots were pure luck. I have to get this one. Oh my god. Oh! so many red dots, I still cannot see them. Are they upstairs? Point blank. I should get this one first. When current energy exceeds 50% energy cap, bonus effect doubles. Skill damage? I don't need skill damage. A brick? A brick it is. Mega brick. Mega brick. Mega brick. Oh, this one is so good. I'm keeping this woodpecker for boss fights. Yeah. Oh shit, I'm out of ammo. Since when? Milk. Increase base damage. 3 seconds increase additional damage based on energy charges. Within 3 seconds? It's like every 3 seconds? 3秒内根据能量变化。哦，屁靴。The turn's name is 屁靴。That's kinda cute. 伤害会额外增加，即使伤害加 60%， 3秒内能量变化没有10点。能量变化没有10点。So, if there's like 10 energy points, it will increase damage based on that. But I don't have any energy points though. I have the pressure. No, no pressure. This one. Yeah, after 5 seconds, energy point just drops. I don't think I want this. Instead, I'll get this one. After dealing damage, gets a little bit of energy back for the turret. Ooh. Oh, there's a cooldown now? Nah. Nah. We take Sanguine Relic because there's no cooldown on the heal. When did they change it? I don't remember. I don't even know. Don't edge? Sure. All the spicy curls. Moving a certain distance next to her imprisoned targets within 5 meters increase the damage taken by 50%. While being stationary, -1 energy cost and imprisoned target for 0.5 seconds. Oh no. Ow. Okay, can I finally get out of first stage now? Can I finally get out of first stage? I hope so. Let's not jinx it. I'm gonna try my best. Get a curse scroll. Arms trafficker. It's not that bad. Oops. Get fucked. Got him. See, Woodpecker is nice. I love Woodpecker now. They buffed Woodpecker last time and then it became a really good weapon. Because before the buff, Woodpecker was just like, oh, a sniper that can shoot really fast. That's it. It's not even that good. And now, like, while aiming and then the more you shoot, the more damage you do, it's like, yeah, that's really good. Hermit skill cooldown. Movement speed. Defeat or assist 8 enemies without taking any damage for at least 3 seconds before completing 3 scenes. I can do that. Oh no! That just happened. Laboop. Thank you. If your shot in front of current kills the target, refund the ammo spent and recast. Gain 20 max shield for 5 seconds after chain lightning deal damage. Recharge 6 shield for each chain lightning hit. This one is pretty good. Because I have... Sorry. This one. I do a crit, I cast chain lightning. So I can survive more. Nodders. I'm just vibing to this music. It's nice. I can listen to this for like the whole day, I think. No bullet strat? No bullet strat. Who needs bullets? I'm scared. After defeating an enemy with a crit, dealing damage and burning effect to nearby enemies. When hitting 2 targets in a single shot. Explosion AoE plus 2 meters. I'm just gonna buy this one. Oh! Weapon upgrade costs much more? This is... Why did it already cost 1,000? They made Arms Trafficker even worse? 1,000 is like when it's like the highest cost and then it costs 1,000. And now it immediately costs 1,000? Shit. Chain no lightning this. Chain no lightning. Damage. A woodpecker baby. Confusion path. After using weapon skill? Minus skill damage. Weapon damage. Oh no, no. Celestial broken. Wait. For dealing damage every 6 times, Hound will launch a missile at the target with whom the player deals damage next time. When the energy costs to 0, the Hound cannot launch missiles until energy restored to 100%, with 0.5% energy restore for each damage dealt by player during this period. What? Change the laser with weapon damage type. Minus 50% energy cost per laser, plus 100% total shooting frequency. After dealing damage every 4 times, the next attack triggers a guaranteed critical hit from the weapon. Ooh. Go in. Alright, I have this one. Damage taken from each hit won't exceed 25% of total max HP. If I get this, I'm getting it. Shield recovery will not be stalled by minus 50% recovery speed. Effects of any enemies are reduced by 25%. That's kinda scary. Oh, that's really bad. They won't have enough time to get shield back, right? I'm taking this one. Draws 50% of copper when defeated? No. Would cause the player to lose 2% HP per second for 5 seconds. Yeah, let's get this one. There's a 70% chance to convert drop copper into ammo when defeated. Oh. My shield is 0, doubles the time a shield rests before recharging. Nah. Ethereal feline. Every remaining ammo in the magazine. So if I get this and advanced depot, if I can get advanced depot. Did the turret just kill everything? No ammo strats. I don't have anything that gives ammo. That one costs 1,000. I don't want it. Yeet. Oh my god, turret! After taking damage, the HP 50 times from enemies or traps, the bonus lowers to plus 0.5. Sure. Oh, and turret is doing all the work? Holy shit. I don't even need to shoot anymore. What is that? That's a new thing. What % chance to trigger Thunderbolt upon hitting an enemy? I don't need that. Turret. Turret actually strong as fuck. Critical brick. It does more critical damage. But because my brick now has +1 projectiles. But the rest of the inscription is not even that good. I'm changing it. More woodpecker? On the normal enemy, hitting the mark will directly defeat the enemy. Oh! Lucky shot chance, shock effect. Plus 150% weapon stability. Plus 60%. That's really good. Why would it change it? Nah, I don't wanna. Oh, thanks for the luck, Gunfire. Hope you're doing good too. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing it the lazy Sunday. I'm super lazy today. Oh, 진짜. Brick. Brick. Oh my god, my turret's insane! It's like I can never have enough ammo now. I have too many scrolls and inscriptions that uses too much ammo. Listening to this music makes me want to play Ultra Kill again. Ultra Kill. It is kind of addicting to play Ultra Kill. Milk. Milk. Oh, even Cody's is making me I don't know how else do I say that. Need to destroy that dimensional portal. Who likes brick? I know I do. Do you like brick? Big brick. Okay, I think the turret is actually OP now. Holy shit, I don't even need to shoot! If I hide well, I'm just safe. Battle nature. 50% weapon and skill damage when there are more than 2 enemies within 10 meters. I'll take it, because there's no downside to it. Oh, nice! Do I have that? Why not? 200 energy. Oh yeah, Gemini. I forgot I need Gemini. You know what? Let me see what music I can change to. Like, as much as I love this music, I'm gonna fall asleep at this point. It's too good. Oh, I can listen to this while I sleep. Oh, I know what to do tonight. Give me a second. I want Deep Blue. I'm just gonna find all Ultra Kill. I'm gonna listen to Ultra Kill. I'm in like Ultra Kill mood. Ultra Kill. Full OST? This Into the Fire. Oh, a full OST and older? Oh, hell yeah. Let's pause this one and get this one in. Into the Fire, no enemies version. Cut intro version? Okay. Now we're gaming. Now we're gaming. I have 10 HP. Oh, I should get Paranormality if I can. Refresh Addict. Ammo belt. Sure. Okay, I don't think I'm missing anything. Good. Mini boss? 10% enemy damage taken for 3 seconds when they get hit. Can be stacked with other target in the same series, up to 50%. Reduce to 5% if the task is already complete or in progress when this task is accepted. Complete 3 rooms, then finish 3 times. Finish 3 times. Defeat assist in 3 enemies within 5 seconds. I think I can do that. Let's go get this one first. I think Vault doesn't count, so it's fine. Yeah, Vault doesn't count. Oh! Did you just went through the shield? Turret's OP. Turret's actually OP. After dealing weapon damage to an enemy, plus 40% skill damage against an enemy for 5 seconds. Skill damage? How to get this one? Oh no, why is it the fatty? Okay, okay. I melted it. Yeah, I don't know why the turret is doing that that damage. I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know how. I don't even understand. I'm being carried by the turret. Literally, I'm being carried. Oh hell yeah! I sincerely don't know how. Oh, here's my thing. If you want to see, I have expansion component, pressure module, enhancement module, and Star Chaser. That's it. That's all I have. I don't know how. I mean, true, I made it, but still. But still. Break! 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 Get them, turret. I don't even need to shoot anymore. We left the turret. I smell lies. A kobold would never lie. That's the last thing a kobold would do. I would never. I'm a good kobold. Good kobold doesn't lie. There's nothing? But for real though, I actually don't know why the turret is doing so much damage. I mean, sure, this is Rain of Fire. Maybe it's this one. The more energy I have, the more damage it does, or the more energy it has, because now I have this one, expansion component, so now I have 200 energy on the turret, so this one is going to benefit from it so much. So I think that's why. The turret is doing so much damage. And Star Chaser is... total shooting frequency makes it shoot faster. This one also makes it shoot faster. There we go. That must be why. It's the expansion component and also the enhancement module. Not the fatty. Oh my god! Brick! Save me, Brick! I didn't even shoot this thing. Go turret, there's another one. Hey. I'm too strong. I'm trucking. Adaptive module. 3 plus 3 energy hound cost and costs an additional attack. Increase energy restoration per second and reduces total damage. Maybe not. Oh, you're not Woodpecker. Oh, hey, look, it's an OP weapon. Lucky shot chance, lucky shot chance. This one is good. Oh, gee, have you been playing Gunfire Reborn? Yes, this is what I want. I finally found it. Magical supply. Trucker. Crit X bonus, right? Oh, that's insane. Holy shit. There we go. 12 times. Damage. Mechanism increases damage dealt. Additionally, increase damage for every 1 point of energy capacity. Well, it's 200% damage plus. Wait. It's enhancement component. Let me see how much the damage the turret does now. Oh, nice. I like this one. Ancient type. No. Can I throw it away? Oh, here. Oh wait, I could actually use this. I'm not even using Q anymore. Okay, okay. Oh my god, 1,000 for each upgrade. This is stupid. Hi Narzan. Larzan. Welcome, welcome. cannot believe it. 2,000 just for you. I got this. I'm not the one that's doing damage, it's the turret. It's the turret, not me. Extravagant consumption. Sure. What is this? Lars? Lars Zone. Second A, same as the Lars works too. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry. I will correct myself. Hi, Lars. Why is this music? 1,000 greetings. This is... Oh! Oh, it's this one! This one's good. Pressure module. Oh no. More enhancement modules? Sure. Oh yeah, pressure module is back because now you can have 5 modules. Broken. A broken turret, we love it. I would take this, but they will have the same effect, and I don't think I like that. After taking damage, restore 3% HP per second for 5 seconds. Effects on any enemies are reduced by 80%. Triggers at most once in 10 seconds. That one's fine. When dealing damage to the player, the current copper amount minus 10 can only trigger once per second. No. After taking damage, plus 1 consumption of the corresponding player's secondary skill for 2 seconds. Extra copper is an extra chance to receive supply of secondary skill. This one is good. No discounts. 30% chance to drop double amount of coppers. Sure. Cowardly bully? Sure. See, the thing is, I don't have evil banishing talisman. This is bad for business, but I got this. One stack a gradual improvement on for crit, while reduces 1 stack for non-crit. At this point, I'd rather get fake death. Why? Because I need to survive the whole game. Just get this one. I think I have enough damage already. Go get him, turret. Show me your move. Oh shit, oh shit. Don't kill me. I feel like this is gonna be patched really soon. This is just insane. I don't need to do anything. The new turret just seems incredibly OP, right? I've deliberately opted to not use it to avoid the Necromancer boredom syndrome that I always get when my minion gets to have all the fun without me. Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I played this one until turret's this strong. I could try out the other one, yeah. It's the first time I built turret this strong because I've been losing at the first stage for about 2 hours and I finally got past this. I got past the first stage after so long. Oh. Brick. Oh, my PC's dying. Gain the curse scroll, gain a weapon with at least one exclusive inscription. Replace a random normal inscription of the selected weapon with a rare. I'll just get more curse scroll. Why? Because I want to. When current energy is not higher than 50% of the energy cap, using a secondary skill will consume an additional 50% usage. Oh, okay. I don't need that. Extravagant consumption. I have it, right? Yeah, just use it. Just use the money. Nah. It just completely trivialized my first run in this update. I had to cut it short because of community gaming night though. I think I'll just be using the berry in my build instead. Fair enough. I will still say use whatever you feel fun. Always good. Get melted, idiot. Oh shit. Plus 40% weapon damage for 6 seconds if the end magazine is reloaded after being empty? Oh. I always do this. I lied, I never do that. Oh my god, oh my god. Hey, I win. The damage I do is gonna be stupid. Imagine this with Nona 2 turrets? You just hold W and never let go, and you win the game. You hold W and never let go. Just let them do the killing and it's all good. You hold W and then you get W. enjoy engineer type builds, so it doesn't bother me, but I can understand how this would be boring. Somebody with a different mindset. It is a fair point. Everyone has their own different kind of play style. I enjoy up close and personal, but this game is a little bit hard. You can close the game at that point and the run will be counted as a complete run. Very stonk, very stonk. What happened? Oh, Qingyan, ah. I mean, Qingyan is good. Like I said, it's still kind of hard. Maybe I should try out Qingyan, yeah. I'm doing that now. There's an upgrade that causes her to do Iron Wing's Nova or Missile Barrage attack, whatever Iron Wing does. You get rockets? Hell yeah, and Engineer wins! Welcome to the Engineer era. No, save me, turret! Thank you, turret. Fight for immortality, baby. I used to main Alpine originally. Nowadays I still prefer Qian Sui over most others, but I also really enjoy the active playstyle of Xingzhe. Or Xingzhe. Xingzhe! I mean, I don't like Monkey. That's the reason I never played Xingzhe before. I generally don't really like Monkey as much, so that's why. I play Alpine, yes. I play Dog, I play Cat. I play Fox. Dog, Cat, Fox. Twiddle! I think that's pretty much it. Twiddle and some... Basically everyone but Monkey. You just name everyone but... Don't call me out for... Don't call me out like that. Not everyone but Monkey, but okay, let's see. I play Cat, Dog, Bird. Oh, and I don't play Bunny as well. Turtle, and then Red Panda, Fox, and the Owl. See, I don't play everyone but Monkey. I play everyone but Monkey and Bunai. My Sona is a mage artificer, so this update makes me happy. Nice. Oh hey, look, it's the best music in the game. Help me, turret, help me! Help me! Oh hey, but I'm a kobold though. So I sort of make things as well, right? And kobolds are known for being crafty. Yes? Yes? Genesis. Also, I don't know what 机xiao, 紫xiao. I think that's 紫xiao. Oh yeah, 紫xiao, right? Purple something. It's my kind of my third pick. I just play everyone. Yeah, that fixes things. That totally does. It goes like Turtle Monkey Owl. Just really release a Dragon Lizard character, and you will stop playing everyone but them. Yep. Hey, that's my intention. That's why I'm still waiting for updates. Someday they're gonna add a Dragon Lizard character. I'm not gonna say reptilian because Turtle is a reptile. So, yeah, Turtle is a reptile. Go, turret! Go, turret! Save me, turret, save me! Oh, what? Eh! Don't touch the kobold! Turtles are actually their own species? They are Alright, amphibians, I forgot! So I can still say that I'm waiting for a reptilian character then. Yeah, they are amphibian, I forgot! Are they not? I don't think this is right, is it not? I already played through the game once with everyone, so I'm good in that sense. Additional features and skill damage. Every time you trigger a shock effect, you will summon the thunderbolt to strike the affected enemy. If I get this. Oh, turtles are reptiles. By all definitions, they are reptilian? Ah. Yeah, Jake trying to lie to me? I cannot believe it. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, so they are reptilian. Weapon damage. Oh, you finally gave me one weapon damage thing. Asshat. Never knew that them having a spine made them reptilian, but okay. That just means makes turtle cool. Even cooler. Help me, turret, help me! Go! Bye-bye. What's this? Greedy choice. Provides one opportunity to pick all 3 occult scrolls in the treasure chest at once. The occult scrolls obtained cannot be discarded, and after the selection opportunities are exhausted, greedy choice will automatically be destroyed. I have to get it! Kobolds are greedy! I'm greedy! I want all of them! And test to Dine's order, which includes all the turtle and tortoise species. Very biology stuff, which I have zero knowledge of. I only know dragons and lizards and reptiles, and I love them. a very simple kobold mindset. If you shove a dragon in my face, I'll just be like, oh my god. Yes. And that's pretty much it. That's kobold. Why am I shooting green stuff? Oh, what hit me? Please die, thank you. I'll get the faraway ones first. I'm just gonna spam. I have a low bullet, it's fine. No need to aim anymore. Oh, task failure. Oops, I forgot. Nah. I blame the frames. I blame the frames. It's not my fault. Gosh, my PC really cannot handle this game. And let's try Qingyan. This one. Qingyan. 1-4. Actually, what? Why do you call Crown Prince when you are 太子? Can you not say T-A-I-Z-I? Actually, I didn't know this is Bai. This is actually Wu. Right? So it's like Ao Wu? But maybe that's why they say Bai, because Ao Wu is just like, you know the Ao Wu, right? Don't start a how in my chat. Ah, 行者, of course. Li? Tao? 雷洛? Sinister? I want dirt. You get this. Yes. Dirt, yes. I like the Battle Scarred. Plus 1% damage resistance for every 2% HP you have. This one should be good for bird. Right? Okay, I haven't won the game yet. I'm bringing turrets still. Oh, nothing. Consume all armor when hitting an enemy with leap. Plus 4% leap damage for each point of consumed armor. 1%, 1 second remaining cooldown of leap for every 10 points of armor consumed. Can I get like a Q build? Give Dirk wing hugs? Pick me up! Pick me up! Upon hitting an enemy with a weapon, deal damage based on the weapon's base damage and projectile count, including all bonuses applied to a triggering hit. Oh! Wait, if I play shotgun? Oh, if I play shotgun? 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 Shotgun. 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 Tick. Big rainstorm when I was on the way back. I'm drenched. No. Stinky? No, go dry yourself up. Don't get sick. Stinky though. Don't get sick. Uppies, pick me up. Kick. Cut. Uppies. Cobalt require uppies. Kick. Cut. Alright. It counts press and release. I forgot. Never really used this weapon, so... Oh, hey! Let's use this one to win first. I'm not stinky. I believe dragon is not stinky. That's why dragon can clean cobalt up. One stack of Nova Shockwave for hitting an enemy with a shot. Each stack plus 1 makes armor for 9 seconds. 100 stack. When your armor breaks, deal damage to nearby enemies equal to 50 times the max armor. When Nova Shockwave reaches a stack of 100, using Cleave will consume all stacks and armor and shield. Oh. I don't know how I feel about that. Just get this one. Energy component. Oh, this is V2's music? Oh, hell yeah. Peak. Starring. Let's go starring. Now Cobalt can go sicko mode. Peek. You cannot discard all scrolls, but variable options in mysterious chests will be selectable. I can do everything in the red chest? Oh. Sure, call me Keek. Yes. Dirk just picked up Deadly Curse. What? I'm not Deadly Curse. Did you pick me up and enter Deadly Curse? No, Cobalt is not Deadly Curse, no. Oh my god, damage. Oh my god, damage. It's the double tap, I'm telling you. No, it's not good enough. Lone Ranger? I'm taking this for fun. So that it doesn't appear again. Kill! Yike, I'm sorry. Woohoo. . fully equipped after the leap. Similar weapon damage and skill damage for 6 seconds. Restore 1 point of armor up to 12 HP per second. Oh! 20%, 40%, 60% weapon damage for 5 seconds when the number of hit cost price equal to 148. It is for shotgun. I always get the 20% plus though. Oh, my PC is like, oh, I know what's up. So every time YouTube loads up a new video, it just goes insane for a little bit. Oh guys, sorry. Let me change the music again. I want to listen to this one. The best one. Oh my god, what the fuck? Whee! Automatically charge within 12 meters of heroes. Oh, more expansion module. And lucky roulette. I'll take this one, and then if I get like 9,000 copper, and then I can just like throw the scroll away. No more gambling. Wait, I cannot throw away scrolls though. No, I cannot throw away scrolls. I miscalculated. Fine. Oh, Yaki Beak. Mid-ash right? Yeah. Oh. It's thundering. There's thunder going on. When your armor breaks, plus 30% weapon skill damage, plus 30% round of fire. And grant immunity to slow for 6 seconds. I'll get this one. At this point, I should just get, what do you call it? Survivability. secondary skill consume additional 50% usage? Restore energy when deployed. When not deployed, the restoration effect is tripled. I cannot undeploy the turret though, can I? Yeah, I cannot undeploy the turret. Hi, Muffin. Hi. Hello. Hope you're good. Yeah, hope you're doing good.
Okay, what you're doing right now, Togo, but you better be for me for the next 2 minutes.
Okay. Now we have snake milk. Hi numbers, hi muffin. Hope you are doing good. Welcome, yep. 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 Doing okay, how are you? Nice, good to know. I'm doing pretty okay. Other than some throat problem, which I have for like months now. But I'm feeling pretty okay. Very okay, actually. Or should I say I'm feeling very lazy? A good kind of lazy. Can I say that? Very lazy. A cobalt sleepy. But doing good. Yeah. Oh, yikey beaky, wait a minute. No. Nice. Flip. Oh. Raid portal's immersion? Uh-oh. I'm just a kobold though.
Hello. Hello, Raiders. Good lazy is good. Hopefully that means some nice rest and relaxation doodles. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty lazy today. I'm just like... I'm just doing this and not doing anything else. Like, lazy. Hello, Raider. Hello, Eotidis. Sorry if I butcher your name. Sorry. But welcome. I see you're taking the mech dog for a walk. How are you liking it? Very overpowered. I like it. Nailed it? Oh, the best. Hello. Hope you're doing it. Also, let's hope I'm not... Yeah, I'm not forgetting this one. Oh, you were playing Gunfire Reborn as well? Nice. And this one. How was Gunfire Reborn? Hopefully it's not like what I'm doing right now. Cannot even get past to stage 3. It's been way too long. I don't even know how to play this game anymore. We do a little nuke and everything inside. We love to see that. We love that. Especially being a kobold. I love that. I love chaos. I love nuking shit. And fire. Speed. I don't even care what it does. I like playing the Tigger and doing chain lightning runs. Oh, we were carrying someone newer through R1. Oh, okay. Wow. I cannot carry people. I suck. And the great time was a blast. Good to know. And I'm here trying to get back into the game for a little bit. It's been a long time since I last played this game. I heard there's an update. And I'm back. And here I am. Bird M speed. I don't care about rocks, I'm bird. No. You don't take money away from me, asshole. Yeah. Kobolds aren't made for carrying people, they are made for being carried. I know, right? That's why I suck at the game. These seasons are fun and don't have FOMO, fear of missing out, right? I heard you can buy the last season things with soul essence. Haven't checked it out yet. After switching stages, drops 6 times the amount of copper deducted HP. Yes! Money. Kobolds are friend shaped? Yeah. You better pick them up, or I'll cry. Hi, Wolf Mage. Teleports behind me and give the couple a big fluffy Everly hug with extra tail wraps. Yes, please. So many hugs, I'm gonna cry. You can just buy it so you don't have fear of missing out on anything. That's very considerate. Nice. Nice. Brook. I love Brook. Who am I fighting again? Oh, Everly. Wait, I just realized Everly is... Fluffy bird, right? A 6'4" Everly. I remember seeing Everly before, yeah. I'm 160 cm. I don't know how 6'4" is. Golem? Hell yeah, baby, I'm going in. I am going to die. And I'm gonna have so much fun with it. Come on. Bitch coming for your ass. You think I'm scared of you? I'm a bird, bitch. No, you think you can kill me? Wait, no, it's all good. Yeet. Nope. Bang. You're gonna die, We love knife. Knife good. Everly are normally small, but I'm tall. I like tall. Pick me up. 2 meters displacement range and AoE of leap. I'm just gonna get this one. No fear. Thunderous vibration. A straight energy hound causes an additional attack. Increase energy restoration per second and reduce total damage. What? Ew. Specialization? Oh, I didn't get Star Chaser. Just get this one. No fear. A burb is charged, you know? A butter. Did I miss something? I am Qin Yan. I'm not scared. Paranormality? How about no? Inflict the DK effect on the corresponding player when taking damage. Once in 8 seconds. Oh, DK sucks. Prevents player from receiving healing for 3 seconds. Oh shit. Wait, all of these are so spicy? I'll take this one. Attacks deal additional true damage equal to 30% of the player's max shield armor. Oh, it's only valid for shield and armor, okay. Then... I'm not doing crit damage though, unless I have counter violence. Release a lightning around the player within the 10-meter radius in each attack. Oh no. Why not? Corrosion chart. Damage in converted to corrosion damage and minus 30% corrosion damage taken. Minus corrosion damage taken? What's the point? Wait, I am immune to corrosion, no? And their damage is converted to corrosion damage. Nah. Attacks deal additional true damage equal to 10% of the player's total HP? Spicy. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Restoring or losing HP within the last 10 seconds increase max armor with the same amount of HP change. Determined by max HP, restoring or losing armor within the last 10 seconds increase weapon damage and skill damage at the same percentage of armor change. Yeah, fuck that, just wait. The more wood there is, the better. Just get it. I don't know. Well, you expect Kobo to understand what she just read? Nah. I don't know why it read. Whee! What's my other weapon? Oh yeah, Star Ring. Woohoo! No! Help! What? Very scary. Give uppies to the kobold. Thank you. Kobold is very happy. Corrosion on death versus a melee character is mean. How rude. I know, right? I always get it. It's like there's a higher chance of getting it if you're a melee character, it feels like. I don't care. Whee! Oh, I was too fast. No patience. Have some patience, Kobold. Come on. I mean, there is time limit, but it's literally 10 years for you to do this. Don't worry about it. There we go. I found veteran. Airbag. When your shield armor is full, gain excess damage when your shield armor gets fully broken. Very spicy? Oh wait, they do true damage. Oh wait, I'm dead. They do true damage. I cannot throw it away because of the scroll that I have. Take it all. Oh no. It's fine. I'm not scared. Yeah, airbag pairs with Berserk Soul and whatever it is, I forgot. Yeah, that one. What's up, Salo? Yeah. Hello again. Money. Oh, turret sucks. Why am I getting decayed? Who? That's a boopy. Thank you, Muffin. And a cobalt lick. Oh my god. Why is there Chinese word just now, huh? Apa kamu buat, brother? Abang? Apa ini? Kenapa ada Mandarin? Wee! No fear, I am Knife. I'm Knife and Speed, asshole. I'm not afraid of you. Cobalt licks. Hero core. Is it good? How an attack mode changes a shotgun. Each attack will launch 5 projectiles. Minus the 60% total damage of each projectile. Automatically attacks enemy with minus 80% attack range. Huh. I can try it. And Cobalt smooches. Another one. Maxed out. Nah. This game's mean. Nope. Cobalt has a knife. You're gonna die because I have a knife, bitch. Good. Yep. If you think I'm afraid, you're wrong. I don't know what is afraid. I'm just cutting. Whee! If I cut, I win. I can look it up. Thank you. What? Your mom lets you have 2 hero cores? Ah, see? A dragon loves kobolds. My dragon mom gave me 2. Hell yeah. Because 1 is never enough. I'm a greedy bulb. Was there a knife? It's my knife. Knife. Oh. Ultimate, take it all. hang time trick? Why did you skip? This one. Hang time, this one. 33% chance to trigger crit in air? Oh, I need a melee weapon as essential. I'm the best. Oh, it's a hero. I forgot. Have I done the purple vault door thing? I don't remember. Oh, I did it. I forgot. This is truly a kobold build, a knife and it's very speedy. Whee! I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. You die first, you die first, you die first. Nah, nah. Whee! No. Weakness exposed. Before completing 3 rooms, finish 3 times. Defeat assist 3 enemies within 5 seconds. Easy. Have I done it? What's in that tree? Whee! Cut! There we go. Must be a mistranslation. I don't know what kind of Gemini should I go for. If I'm playing melee, I have 0 clue. Kobold dislike you all. Heal. Who? What? Kobold knife is too strong. Leap damage for 1 meter displacement leap. The cooldown is reduced by 1 second for every enemy defeated by it. Oh, sure. What is this music? Oops, sorry. Oh, it's a 2S music. No wonder I never heard it before. Let's change music. I never found the layer 2 secret stage yet. Oh gosh, I love the boop so much. It's a boop and a spin. It's a spin boop. Spin boop. See, now that I made my own blab emote, I need to make my own boop emote. Where'd you go? Hey. There's no music though. It's only ambience. Yeah, it's only ambience, this one. Eh? It's not. Is it really in order? I don't think it's in order. Okay, this one. I may be biased, but I feel like you should have at least 3 boop emotes. I need all the boop emotes. See, after I'm done with all the blab emote that I'm gonna draw, which I will draw tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna start working on some emotes, and then slowly get back into the big redeem that I have. So yeah, slowly does it. Moisturize and stretch that bone. Okay. I'll do it real quick. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that feels good. Thanks for the pets. Thank you, thank you. I love pets. Oh, this one is good. Yeah. Undivided attention. Also, thanks for the moisturize and stretch the bone. It's such a good music. I mean, I'm gonna loop this one for a few times. Too good. Yeah. Sneaky. I'll squish you. I'm still bigger than Salo. I can squish Salo. Whee! Nuh-uh. Squish me, eh? You gonna make you squeak? I'm gonna make you squeak. I mean, even I'm saying this as a kobold. A squeaking kobold is like the most adorable one. Whee! I have a knife. I have a knife. I have a knife. Increase base damage. 3 seconds increase attacks damage based on the energy. What? For the company? For the company? For the little company or for the dragon? Hello. Hi Raiders. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Dogorex. I feel like I've seen this name before. Balatro. Oh, it's the card game. We were playing Lethal Company earlier. Hopefully both Lethal Company and Balatro is fun. Hopefully they win click. Also, welcome in Raiders. I think I forgot to introduce myself with the previous raid. I've hung around here a few times, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's why I recognize the name. I'm doing pretty good. I'm relaxing playing this game. You could consider this as like I'm doing a low energy stream currently. Low energy. But hi Raiders, I forgot to introduce myself just now, I'll do it now. I'm Tira, I'm a kobold, I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, I do art occasionally. Welcome in, or should I say every Monday? Yeah, I'll do art every Monday now. I'll commit to it. And I hope you're doing good. You cannot continue the fire, but you can continue the fire, but each extra shot deals damage. Did they change this? Hopefully you had a really heckin' fun stream. Thanks for the raid again. Oh. Also, Kobold has a knife. I'm a very squeakable as a toy. I know Salo. Salo is a toy kobold. Very adorable. They changed how this dragon looks like. They changed a little bit. Footprints, footprints, footprints.
Okay, what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
I cannot help but wanting to squish. Wanting to squish Salo. I heard this had a new update, but I haven't seen any of it yet. Yeah, it's a new update. Look at this. We have a dog. We have a metallic dog now we can bring around. That's only one of them. There's like a berry and also like a lotus flower that you can bring around. Yeah. Some new scrolls, some changes to assault rifles I heard, but I don't know what changed though. Oh yip. Oh yip for you, yip. I will do the yip. Until I will do the yip. Woo. Friend. We have metallic friend. I don't even have Jimmy 9. Yep. Jimmy Yip. Jimmy Yip. Look at this. Oh.
Yankee Beaky, there's so many of them. Okay. Nice. What is this, spirit feline? Oh. I'm gonna make a late night snack real quick. Go get snack. Also remember to take care of yourself as well. With all the post-stream care. Very important. %, if you do not hit any target. Yeah. I don't think this... I think I did the portal. The vault. I think. I don't know. I got the maximum money again. 986. Oh my god. Wait, do I get the magazine combination Gemini? I think I can get that one. This one is 90. Oh wait, my knife don't have... My knife don't have Gemini though. Oh. When dealing elemental damage, minus 35% total damage if the enemy defense type has a reduction against the element. Oh, my knife is poison though. Hopefully it's fine. I don't think it's gonna cause too much trouble. Peek. Peek. I don't care. I don't care. I'm a bird. I'm a bird. Oh. Oh, I didn't kill it. It's the turret, not me. Oh, this one is good. Celestial Broken. Launch a missile at the target with whom the player deals damage next time. I don't think this is good. Specialization module. I just need a knife. I can kill everything with a knife. Three seconds after inflicting DK effect or hurting enemies under DK effect. Being inflicted the After each attack? Oh no. Cause the player to lose 2% HP per second for 5 seconds? I'll take it. Extravagant consumption. Minus max HP though. It's so spicy! I'm taking it. It is so spicy. This is fine. Lucky shot chance. Oh, let's get this one. I win. Well, it's not I win, but this is really strong. I need to make some loot. Wink wonk. Loot. Go make food. Food important. Wink wonk. Newts. I swear, sometimes I make myself laugh the most. I cannot believe it. So weird. Eek. Nuh-uh. This one is good. Yeah. Star Chaser enhancement module. Expansion plus 60. I think this is a good one. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. No, thanks for the head. Thanks for the head pit. And the boop. Going to sneak off the bed, please, Tiara, I beseech you. Please continue being a cute. I cannot stop being a. I guess I don't know. I can do it, I think. I'll try my best. Thank you, Muffin. Have good sleep, have good sleep. This kobold will try her best. Why don't you die? Oh, Foundry! Oops. That hurted. Yeah. Hugs to you too, Muffin. Have good sleep. Thanks for stopping by. Restrictive? Oh, resistive. I was like restrictive? That's kinda... Sus. Sus. Restrictive. Sus. Primary skill cooldown. Weakness expose. What do you need to do? Finish 8 times. In three enemies within... Oh, so defeat kill 3 enemies within 5 seconds for 8 times. Okay. Nice. Get a curse scroll. Gain a weapon, replace a random non-exclusive inscription to select. Oh. If there are more than one enemy within 5 meters, oh my god. I can get how many curse scroll? Wait. Anything that I can... Oh, I don't have the thing. I don't have evil banishing talisman. It's okay. It's okay. Just take all of them. Don't worry about it. Oh, my speed is so slow. This is so painful. Anything here? No? Okay. Habababa. Habababa yip. Habababa. Merp. Hello. Eat merp. Welcome merp. Lots of amazing beans here today. Hope we are doing good, man. Oh, what happened? Oh, yay! No, I thought I got this. I tried. Oh, I got exploded on because the lanterns were jumping down, and I just like went into it. Aww. Shit. Melee is kind of fun though. It has been a while since I last played Qingyan. I like the kick. I like the kick. I'm still gonna do the 4-player count. I think it's fine. Noot. Noot, noot. Oh, co-op? Oh, I didn't see it. Co-op ah? Yeah. I wanna wait. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of want to do a lone wolf thing. Sorry. I'll do lone wolf for now. Okay. Paiseh. Ultimate firearm. All weapons have at least one exclusive inscription. I really kinda just want to explode my way to victory. I'm just gonna bring dog, get 2 justice, and kill everything. How about that? Bring dog, and then bring ultimate firearm. And if I can find justice, 2 of them? That's the plan. If the game doesn't want to give me justice, then I'll blame the game. It's not my fault for keep losing. We have dog. Okay, I will stop looping this music and let it play. An elemental effect? Ew! I have no element. Who the fuck hit me? Yeah, get him, dog. Yeet. No ammo. Shouldn't have done that. I can't believe I'm at stage 1 again. This is the one. I feel it. This is the run. The run where I will win. This is the one. Oh, yay. Oh yeah, the turbo kill. It's weird, but I'm already thinking about this year's firm and what I kind of want to do over there. Firm as in a Malaysian furry convention, which I go pretty much every year and during December. I'm excited for it. Yeah, the turret's really good on early game, and if you build it well, it will do like ridiculous amount of damage towards the end. I thought it's just like good for early game, but no, I was wrong. I was entirely wrong because there was one time I played as late Lord, and then the turret killed the boss on its own. That's how strong it is. Yeah. And the turret can absolutely melt elite monsters. And I mean melt. But I think it's just because I have some really good good synergy components, modules and stuff. Yeet. 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 Woohoo! Oh. Oh my god. Oh, this is the one. Trust. Yep. Trust. Yep. Yep. Oh, hey. Angry kobold noises. Yeet. Yeah. We have a flying metallic dog. Yeet. They just do what? Plus 3% of damage used by skill. Every 6 bullets in the magazine will cause 1 more explosion. Oh my god, what the fuck? I didn't even read it. Whee. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't even need to shoot anymore. Oh. Aww. I cannot speedrun this one. I have to respect the rocks. Ooh. Magnetic coil. Oh, don't take that. It's not for dog. What? The only problem is that if I keep throwing my guns like this, it's gonna be very very ammo consuming, which can be kinda scary. Weapon damage. Magazine capacity minus 10%. I need all the weapon damage I can get. How much shot does this count? Oh, it doesn't count. Oh, it counts in one shot? Oh, it counts in one shot. Let's go. Oh my god, this is the easiest quest ever. Whee! That counts as a miss. What the fuck? Wee! 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 Yeah, this is what I mean. No more ammo. Okay, I shouldn't be standing like that. Nice. Boop, 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 boop. Nice. Nice. Oh, okay. Dragon. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, it reloads very slow though. I'll see how it performs. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, projectile +1. Ooh. The fuck was that? Boom. Hey. Yay! Wow! Ow! Fuck! Fuck! Oh. It throws a little bit slow. I don't believe this. I got this. Alright, let's be lazy for a little bit. I'm lazy! Whee! I'm gonna win once at least today. I feel it. I'm gonna win at least once. Wee. No damage, but I don't need to. Ah! Lazy bean. It sounds like bad words in Chinese. Wait, I should be saying that. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. You and your sonic speed. Oh. Look at your ears. Oh. Ha, easy. Time fishes. Wait, this one. I guess there's also this one, and then expansion. Yeah. A trading dump in your room. I will stand by what I said, but I will never bring it up in here again because I still love content. My excuse for my actions is an explanation. I apologize. My honor dictates what I say in public. Well, I mean, like I said, if you are talking about what I said about last time, it is still personal opinion, right? It is still personal opinion, but yeah, like I said, apologies accepted last time. But again, yeah. Look at that. I don't need to do anything. My turn. My turn. Get him. Get him, turret. Get him. Okay, do this. Only with rainbow you can become so cheap like this. Cheap. Coin shot. Sound of sexy bean? Hard agree. Hard agree. I need to turn down my horny energy these days. Too much. HP. Don't hide from me, you little shit. Come here. Yeah, that one is bad. This is dangerous. Oh, yikey beaky, wait. Help. Oh, fuck. This kobold learn how to swear, you fuck. Better be careful. This kobold has drink, what do you call it again? Energy drains. Oh, I don't want this one. 哦，对不对？ 3% weapon damage and plus 1 lucky shot chance every 0.5 seconds with continuous firing up to 20 stacks. 5 stack every 0.5 seconds when not firing. They're both good. I have to choose this one first. I don't know, just a thing for small lizards. Kobolds. Kobold. I mean, okay, yeah, we are small lizards. We're small lizards. They can fit my muffin. Where are my fangs? Wait. No, don't eat kobold. No, eat. And Tira is bigger. Tira! 106 cm, right? It is bigger than an average kobold, I heard. Nice. Very nice. Initial splays, not 5 bullets. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, 没有流嘛，这种东西都会吓到我。好久不见，哈莫妮卡 ，Hello。好久不见，好像上一次看到你也是我在玩 Power 的时候诶。 很久都没玩 Power 了咯。Hello， 我也是很久没有玩这个了，就是看到有 Season 2， 看到有 Season 2我才开始玩一下。你好 ，Merp， 你好。Power 也是不错玩，其实。Power 也是很久没有玩了，那时候有一段时间我也是。 一段时间我 stream Power， 然后过后就不大有玩了。Turret， Turret 对他屁股哦。 Season 1没有玩完，我 Season 1也没有。可是他们讲，可以用 Soul 来买回 Season 1的东西，所以我觉得问题不大了。好像Season 1的 Skin， 那个 Illusion 的 Skin， 还有其他东西可能。 Traction raises. 哎呀，都很好诶。不要玩 Rainbow 呢。我玩到烂，劲哦！我没有，我感觉我有点懒惰玩，好像花很多时间，所以我才变成好像不大有玩。最近我想玩回，它又有 update 了。 还有像 Pokemon 那样3打3的，好像都放着自动挖，也是的。阿努比是变成阿努，没有办法，谁叫他做东西这样厉害，就这样被欺负。PVP 在 Q2 或者 Q3 Q， 他们有自己的 server 了。 没有 bomb， 这些枪也可以了。Q320，哦，你是讲下一个 update 哈？啊 ，OK。Fuck? The fuck? Hey, it's the Ultra Cube sound effect that scared the fuck out of me. This one. It's an Ultra Cube sound effect. It's the first layer of a secret first layer stages. Scared the fuck out of me. I thought, no way, Gunfire Reborn is something that's scary like this. Fuck. Ah. I'm not playing a horror game. I just ran through this last night or yesterday. No one told me it's a horror game. All good. Kobold's fine. Kobold is fine. Alright, gonna go back to Chinese for now. 没有想到，还好我忽然间知道那个声音是从哪里来。刚好昨天我有玩那个 Ultra Q， 刚好玩 Ultra Q 有玩到那一关，所以我就哦。Yeah, that was out of nowhere. Look at the new emote. Hey, yo, look at that. That is the best bongo. It's better than mine. I should have it too. Oh, I need to refresh OBS. I don't have it here. Oh, you just got it. Nice. Very adorable emote. Oh my god. 觉得应该回来玩 Gunfire， 其实也不错啦。它感觉也没有什么很多新的东西，不过就是怎么说呢？还是 Gunfire 那老样子，多一点新东西而已。好像他们讲要把 Assault Rifle 换掉，要 buff Assault Rifle， 可是好像也没有什么声音，这样我也不知道。但 Gunfire 我也没有追得很紧，所以就是看到哎有 update 了，我去玩一下呢。Fresh upload first use? It's so good though. 新系列才刚开始，可能等多几个星期也可以啊。Initial 5 split Lamau.因为这几天玩回 Gunfire， 但是很忙，也是呢。明白了，这种时间全部都要做工什么的。哎呀。I'm gonna come back to that elite boss afterwards. Oh. Where'd you come from? This game is so hard. Damn? Do I have explosion enhancement? I think I have. Nope, I don't. Oh, the exclusive is not even that good. Gonna be when I get my new emote to see it a little longer. The snoot looks like it has a beard of a certain German. Oh no! Oh, I kinda see what you mean, yeah. Oh shit. OK， 妈妈先去忙 K 啊，拜日诶，今天呀，加油加油，拜拜哈莫妮卡。Complete 3 scenes. Attack taken within 10 meters, prioritize reducing shield armor up to 20 points. Recover 20% of lost HP after each damage. If no damage is dealt in 2 seconds, ew. I'll get this one. Hi again, Nexus. Thanks for the boo. Explosion damage. Represent damage dealt for each enemy within the explosion range. Though it will always be 25% damage, right? I don't really have explosions other than Bone Dragon. Overload. Okay, let's go back. There's this evert I need to do. Thanks for the pets. Oh no, why am I here? Yay, you're complete. I hate this. I hate this. You die first. You die first. Kobo dislike you. You die first. Nuh-uh. Do not touch the Kobo. Reduces skill cost to 3 fire scale bombs and the weapon shoots. Even more fireballs. Oh, it's this music. It's the... I don't have explosion yet. It's the secret terminal music. Third time unlucky, sure. Can I say it? I will say it. This is the run. I felt it. And my horns. My horns told me that this is gonna be a winning run. I believe. Maybe don't get this. Very dangerous. Oh, yeah. One magazine. And reload time? Oh, this is the best gun ever. I have to change it. Technically, this one has explosion. The fire skill? It's okay. Long shot? In burning effect. Lucky shot chance? More lucky shot chance? I can play with this. Oh. What am I listening to? And Cobalt's going in. Yeah, that's why we love the fire scale gun. Conversion module. Star Chaser is good. I can get pressure. This one is big boy damage though. Yeah, why not? I'm not really having an issue where I don't have enough money, so... money? Blah. I don't have enough ammo, so... I think it's fine. Yeah. After dealing damage to a player, that player gains 2 stacks of effect for 10 seconds. Trigger max once per second, -1 weapon level that the player holding for each effect up to 8 stacks. Ew. Recover 40% shield armor instantly when the shield armor is broken for the first time. And theirs don't have any cooldown. I think this one is also good for me. Yeah, I'm taking that. Only 50% of the basic rate will be dropped if other monsters within 7 meters radius are defeated. Ew. Leaves a corrosion area after being defeated. So if I get this and then at some point I can get a corrosion shard, then we're golden. Let's take it. Giant Slayer? Sure. Sure. Let's get fake death. Also, it's 5:27. I'm gonna. I'll take a small. Bruh. I'll take a small break. I need toilet. I'll be back real quick. Look at that. Small break. Here. In my eyes. I'll put here. Yeah, I'll put this here. Not covering me up. And you want. This is very. Don't worry about it. It says BRB. Right? I'll be right back. Very fast. In the meantime, don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. Very important. I'll be right back. Hello and welcome. Mbeku. Yeah. Oh, I recognize this stage. Isn't this a boss fight? Okay, let me disable this. Music is a tad bit loud, I think. Oh, thanks for the follow, Darth Raichu. Darth Raichu. Thank you. Welcome. Appreciate. Alright, let's continue this one. Ooh, it's super laggy for whatever reason. Sorry. Explosion! Why is there Chinese words for a little bit just now? Big day, baby. That was a little scary. Thank you, Nexus. Hero Core. How dealing damage every 8 times will cause an additional explosion in the target. In the same area as a grenade. Ow. Sound like second wind. Oh god. My turret is doing stupid damage again. Yes. My Cobalt feels so strong. Next two. Precise explosion? Only one enemy? Yeah. There's not a single justice to be seen. Oh. Game is such a bully sometimes. The entirety of first stage didn't give a single justice. Man, I don't see full. Did I do it? I don't remember. That's a big change. Let's save some money. Fight or die. Precise shot. Fulfill the one times you're completing 3 scenes without triggering talent lifeguard or and passive shield armor break. It's too much of a risk. I'll get this one again. Just don't take damage within 10 meters. Should be fine. Oh my god, leg. No bombs. Oh, ow. Oh, I got so lucky. Destroy Curse Scroll. I think the Curse Scroll is okay-ish. I'll get money. Money is good. Nice. Deals a 75% damage attack. Or adaptive. Now I'll never run out of bullet. I don't think I did much damage at all. It's the turret that's doing all the work. Now we can do this. Double explosion. Oh, Devil's Covenant. Bullet Light, okay. Good and evil, no retreat. Devil's Covenant and one primary storage, I think. It's not bad. All of the good stuff. Because I'm gonna lose a lot of damage because I now don't have Ember Eruption. Not second win again? Oh my god. Wait, I lost so much health? Why do I only have 100 health left? Projectile plus 1 consumption. If I want to say damage, this one is like the best damage. But I need to get up close and personal though. Expanded. Since I don't have Ember Eruption anymore, Lucky Shot chance, lightning damage. I'm changing this one. I'm changing the cannon. Undivided attention. Nice. Expansion module? Nice. This one. Explosion, baby! Oh god. Oh, do I have to leave corrosion? Right, of course, that's why, I forgot. I took it and I said that I'm probably gonna get a corrosion shard, but I didn't. Too much of a bet there. Why am I listening? The explosion AoE at current scales proportionally with remaining ammo in the magazine. Minimum. Additional explosion count is equal to the other weapon's AoE, divided by the AoE of the current weapon rounded down. There's AoE Gemini now? There's an AoE Gemini? For explosions? I want it. There. And explosion count as well, I remember. Divided by the AoE of the current weapon rounded down. Additional explosion count, yeah. Oh no. You see how many explosions there? Yeah, okay. Swear to God, the tornado always chases people down. No. I should not have taken the leave the ground with a poison thing. Ah, that was too much of a bet. That was too much. I tried. I truly tried. What? Sad Kobo noises. It doesn't look like Kobo can win a single round today. It's 5:49. Do I dare go for one more run? Do I dare? Oh. Thanks for the pet. No, I want to play with the Gemini. One last run. One last run. Last one. Last one. With Dogo. Constant energy every 2 seconds to release a smoke within 4 meters. Lasts for 5 seconds. Hold on, sends enemy when the smoke. Use damage equal to Datura base. Daturas? Base damage number times number of stacks per second. Turret. I need turret's help. Fine. I kinda wanted the special weapon perk, but it doesn't seem like it wants to give me. On enemy plus 1.2% basic weapon damage for 3 seconds. Okay. Their accuracy is too good. Let's go through the door first. Minus 50% damage resistance. Recover 30% lost total HP in each damage dealing. 0.5 seconds. It is such a huge nerf to Sanguine Relic. But then again, it was kind of broken back then. It was kind of broken before the nerf. But still, I would love it when it's still broken. Let us be broken, don't change the Sanguine Relic, goddammit. I want to be indestructible. I'll get this one first. Fallen Angel. Gabriel's organ. Oh, I think this is the Gabriel fight, huh? Let's just skip to it. Yeah, Gabriel's fight. Not a single gun, huh? At least pupil is not bad. I'm stuck. I actually don't know how to dodge the spear thrower. Even after playing for so long, it just feels like it's a guaranteed hit when when the spear thrower throws spear like that. Oh my god, this is cancerous. I should get this one. I get this one so that I can have two of the same bullet kind gun? Bullet kind. Like I can bring two explosive, two special weapons essentially, and then have no problem. Projectile +1. Piercing? Devil's Covenant. It's Beethoven's Symphony number 7, but Ultra Gear version. Oh, we can listen to Keygen Church, no? Yeah. Playing Gunfire with someone who doesn't know what teamwork is very hard. Yeah. Yeah. I think I kind of feel the pain of that one. This one doesn't have piercing. This one is piercing. I'm gonna hope I can get explosion gun. Oh, I didn't know you were playing didn't know you were playing Gunfire Reborn. Oh no, there's no... Why are you there? That's mean. Wait, what? Yay! Hello, BAMs! Ooh. Why do I not have BAMs? It's not a friendly poison pool. It doesn't have the outline. Where'd you come from? Yay! Oh my god! What was cooling down? I'm just gonna shoot, I'm just gonna shoot. Eh. Oh. It's too early for this, I think. Just get a scroll. Terrific crossfire. Okay. No Kermit the Frog or anything? What a bunch of bullies. Whoa. Really? Why am I stuck? I'm pressing W. Sometimes my input's getting eaten and it's weird. Oh, I can get killed by the dragon. Not that I mind, but still. Oh. I'm using this one. 2 beetle? I'm using 2 beetle? Lucky roulette. Okay, I used it again. I can throw it away afterwards. Less reload time? Wait. Bongo. Bongo. Now it's better? Merp looks so round. Merp looks so round. Me very round Kobo. Merp is very round Kobo. And very adorable. 3 enemies within 5 seconds. Okay. Blades and sorry. Round bongo merp. Oh, hi legs. And Salo is also round. Yeah. God, you are so adorable. And shooty shoots. A good Sunday to you too, Lex. We had the Komodo round table. I love being round like an egg. Egu Kobo. Egu Kobo. Was it a different map? Hope we are doing good. Welcome. I'll do that afterwards. Oh no, I suck. No. I really want to just win once, man. It's so tough because the game really doesn't want to give me what I want. Last one. That one doesn't count. Oh, it's not like the game doesn't want to give me what I want. It's the nature of the game. It's roguelike, but never? It's kind of sad. I've never seen a single justice throughout my whole dog run. Not a single one. Only one. Only once. And then I got careless at stage 3. And that's about it. It's kind of sad, really. I just want justice. And all I got is non-explosion weapons, you know what I mean? because dog wants explosions and I can never really get them. But I have a brick. Yeah, no justice for Kobo. Although I could be just bad at the game, but still, you know. Let me play the game for a little bit. What was that? What did it revert? What did it revert? Okay. Not element. Brick is great though? Yeah, brick is really good. Like, really, really good. I'm out of brick bullet though. Brick! We love brick. I'm gonna shake our brick. Take the brick and just throw them. Hello? How is that not at the head? See? It doesn't give me what I want, never. It just gives all skill damage where dog doesn't excel. It's not just me, I'm noticing a pattern here. I know roguelike have a tendency where it doesn't give you what you want, but it feels like after the update, it never gives you what you want. Like hardly. 1 out of 10 will give you something that your character need. So it's kind of it feels a little damning, you know, playing for a long time and then didn't get what I wanted ever. It's the nature of the game. Still, it's too harsh. It feels like it's a tad bit too harsh. Oh my god. Hitting someone in the head with a brick is very, very devastating. It is. Very. It's better than nothing. Maybe I should rephrase that. Not giving what you want is fine, but because this game at the very late, that's why I like choose what you get modifier in Risk of Rain. Yeah, I would never not play that with that relic. Sometimes you just want to go with specific build, but in Gunfire Reborn you cannot go with random builds. Every character has a specific playstyle that you have to go for. So if the game doesn't give you that, it's essentially a failed run. So it's kind of a bad design when you cannot build based off what you get. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. Like, you could argue, hey, just try to build with what you have. But not in this case where what you get is very not viable, you know? It's when it's not viable, it's painful. Like if you give oh, also the extension will never give me the demolition. You notice this one is never right? Ever. But yeah, I feel like in season 2 they sort of changed the parameters somehow, because I can never get explosion when I play when I play dog. I can hardly get a melee weapon when I play Qingyan. I would get snipers, but the weak ones when I play late. Sorry, when I play late war. It seems that they changed the parameters somehow to hardly give you the things that you need to get that build when you are playing Reincarnation 9. I like these games for exactly that specific reason. I don't want to play a game where having fun or success depending on the dice roll. It wasn't that bad before. It is after this update. It gets really bad. Like, at first you could play with whatever you have. When you could play with the game, whatever the game gives you. But at a certain stage, like after 2 or 3, you really need that. Like, let's say dog, I really need that explosion build. But it is after 3rd stage and it doesn't even give me anything like that, is the problem. If the 1st and 2nd stage they don't give me that, it's okay. I get it. You know, dice roll. I feel like they changed it. I hope it's not just me. And I hope I'm not being hypocritical here. Like, I noticed after playing several different characters, they never give you what you want. Like, I do like the aspect of play with what you get. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, there's a fire trap behind me. Ugh. I don't really know what I'm doing in Gunfire. I like the brick though. Oh, brick is really good. Getting a tad bit frustrated. Nah. Getting a tad bit frustrated with the build that I've been given. Oh, Gunfire is mad fun, don't get me wrong. It is mad fun, that's why I played it a lot. But sometimes it can get kind of frustrating. Just sometimes. Or I think this sometimes is right after season 2, because season 1, whenever it is season 1, oh, I'll stop bitching. If I lose, I will uninstall this game. What was that? Double the projectile for the next shot when hitting 2 targets in a single shot. I want to try dual wielding breaks. Oh, I tried it. It's kind of slow, but it's devastating. If you hit all the weak point, or if you get like the light break buff, and when you get the buff and then everything is crit, so the break is very fucking scary. Double the brick, double the fun. More brick, more fun. Look, even though I got justice here, my point still stands. I think my point still very stands here. Airbag? I think airbag's too scary here. Did you give your point likes? Is that why? Yeah, they are standing. Thanks for the boot and pants. Yeah, when RNG goes unchecked, it can get quite frustrating. The sad part of the game, really. It's unavoidable. Although I would argue it's because of stuff like this. It makes a winning playthrough more satisfying, right? I would argue. I feel like it's fine when you can play with others. It even things out a bit. Okay, you know what? To be fair, I've been playing Lone Wolf 4-player account. Maybe that's why.
Yep.
All the yips. Oh. My PC died a little bit. All the yips. I don't dare to move for now. My PC was dying for a little bit. Yep. Wait, what is this music? Isn't this like... Oh, this is Ultra Q's music? Oh shit, it's so good. I didn't know. Oh, I'm gonna loop this music for a bit.
Ooh, shiny.
Shame. I better stop. Yep. night and day. Reminds me of the OST for Extreme G. Never heard of it. It's pretty hype though. Extreme G is an old ass sci-fi racing game for the N64. I loved it. Still have it around. Oh, the classic. Oh, the game heard my plea. Retro Spectra. I love my PS1 PS2. I love PS1 and PS2 too. I love Nintendo Entertainment System as well. NES. NES is also really good. Bunch of classics, that one. Yeah, honestly, PS2 has a lot of weird jams on it. Like, it's a game that you never heard of, and then you played it. It's so fucking good. I remember I love Hot Shot Tennis. Hot Shot Tennis! It's so good. Hot Shot Tennis. Ooh, that's a lot of games. Spirit Tales? Is that what it's called? No, it's not Spirit Tales. I forgot what is it. Spirit Tears. Is it Tears? I don't remember. One of them. It was a good game. Genji is also really good. Is it called Genji? I think it is. And then there's a lot of Samurai Warrior, Dynasty Warrior. Those are also really good. Oh, Raiden is fun. Raiden. Woo! That part is so high, holy shit. Of course it's immortal! Fuck me. Oh, it's nimble. Full damage on the director. I'm buying this one. I don't even have another gun. That works. Hi Dex. Sent you one of the OST in Discord? Okay, I'll listen to it afterwards. There's one I can't remember the name of, but it's an aerial combat game, but you fly all sorts of mythical creatures. It was weird, not popular, and very fun. Mythical creatures? Dragons? Oh, I didn't know. Oh, hell yeah. The game is giving me everything I want now, so if I lose this run, well, I have no right to bitch anymore. I see you, game, I see you. It's getting dark though, shit. Oh no, just kill everything. It's fine. Who hit me? Where'd you guys come from? Oh, I threw my fire downstairs. Wake up, I'm killing all of you. That works. I believe there is a dragon, also Griffon, Horns, Bull, Weird Eyeball Insect, bunch of others. Ooh. Overwhelming Shield. Now that I talk about it, I think I'm gonna look for an N64 emulator in stream Extreme G sometime soon. Hey, nice! I love retro games too. I streamed NES games back then, once, and also SNES games. The Zombie and My Neighbors is a good classic. Fun times. I don't think I can finish this run. Crap. I'll be as fast as possible then. Oh no. I love how it has a little bit of a Doom to it. A Doom Eternal music. Okay. Savage Skies, that's the name. Ah, Savage Skies, okay. I know what to look for. Oh no. I love retro games. I hate when you can't get the games anymore and they turn to lost media. Yeah. It's very sad, honestly. So you cannot, you can never get the thing back. Expansion, won't you? I'll get this one. Nice. I had thrown an ads? What the fuck? What did I do? I didn't do anything to make that much ads. Something's wrong? Oh, but hi, thanks. I didn't know why you had 200 ads. I'm so sorry. Fuck. Oh my god, that's a lot. I might die here. And I don't even know what's hitting me. You know what? Bail. I cannot do it. Maybe it was 5? Oh, okay. Just felt like 200. Do I want to deal with that mini-boss? It's very dangerous though, because I don't have anything that can slow down. Is it still here? Okay. Reascend. Use all ascensions and gain a corresponding number of golden goblets. So it's a reset. Let's get this one. I don't have anything that can crit for now with explosions. This music is so hype though. It's so hype. Hey, this is nice. This might be a little bit difficult. Die! Our chaser. I love this part. It's actually Slayer's Gate. 3 subscriber badge makes me feel old. Time moves so fast. Yeah, it's been 8 months. Crazy. Shit. And you know what I received this morning? An email. Twitch sent me an email saying that 2 weeks after today will be my stream anniversary. That means that I've been streaming for 3 years. Shit. It feels weird. I'm gonna get this one. Do I want to get this one? I'm doing a lot of DOT though. Let's get this one. Total HP has damage to place rune fights for each attack. Ooh. We have more than 50% HP. I have Spree feeling. I can get this one, it's okay. Inflict a random elemental effect when dealing damage. 50% chance! It's very spicy. I'm not taking this. But I'll take the rest. I'll be quick, it's getting late. Hi Ting Tang. Gobo grub so fast, I know right? Cannot believe it. Fly lice? You fried rice over there? You're lucky I understand what it is. I feared the chat would be weird and I was like, ooh, fly lice? Wait, you eat kutu? You eat kutu? I hear fly lice too. Actually, fly lice is good. You never know. I'm going as fast as I can. See how long I can, how fast I can pass this. Ah, crap. It's kinda hard to do this with base speed. Priced HP. Priced HP. I like money. Gourmet? Oh. I hear fly lice. So nice when they just fly right into my... Fly lice tasty. Spooger likes fly lice. I pressed the wrong button. Got him. I don't need to sell the guns. This makes me want to listen to Doom Eternal's music. Robust, that's why. Gully fly lice. I mean, she's actually saying fried rice, but all good. Lucky shot. Yeah. Get this one. I'll try to do it as fast as I can. Maybe not going through Mysterious Joko. Because Mysterious Joko might take too long. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like tonight I want to go to Boulevard. Because over there has like a Pasar Malam night market. Oh my god, the trap! The tornado is just chasing me down. Insane. course, it's these guys. Fuck. Now game is actively trying to ruin this run. Not if I can help it. Oh shit. Oh my god. Yeah, the flamethrower guys is always the run killer. Always the run killer. It is the... yeah. the others are fine, just the flamethrower. Should I check this one first? No. Oh! Oh my god! Elemental Justice? Oh no. Oh wait, this is good. I don't lose... oh. Elemental effect chance on this weapon. Double the projectile? Yeah, I'll get this one. It's giving me a lot of justice. Very nice, I have double justice now. I have a chance. And now it's easier to speedrun anyway. Yeah, Justice is really strong, especially on Dog. Justice can be used with PD as well. Whoa. Convert all shield armor to HP and recover 4% max HP per second. Yeah, I think Dog can play with Flesh and Bones. But I cannot get... yeah, I cannot get Deadly Curse and Devil's Covenant anymore. If I get that, I'm pretty much dead. Unfortunate, but it's fine. Alright, time to go speed run. I could still take Devil's Covenant, technically, if I have like a shitload of HP. Stinky deck, stinky. Now the music fits, I'm trying to speedrun. Wait, there's a door somewhere? Oh, is it the opposite side? There we go. We can get the... Can I get the AoE? Okay. 10 seconds every second while firing. Yeah, no, not this one. Yes, you have the AoE one. Let's go. Yes! Oh. It's gonna be insane. You made me want to play this again. You're welcome. You're welcome. I do not care anymore. Who the fuck? For each normal or exclusive on the whole. Oh, wow! That's a good skill scroll. Holy shit! Going in. Double yes this. But I can kind of feel like... I feel like the last boss is probably gonna be the flying one. Even though how many times I fought the second boss would be like the Ichthyosaurus. But I feel like this one is probably gonna be the flying one. Feel it in my horns. Arsonist? Oh my god! Triple comeback? Yes, why not? Fuck! Oh my god, I cannot believe I survived that. At least the flying boss doesn't hide all the time. Yeah, but when I'm using Justice, it can get quite troublesome. You know what I mean? Because Justice excels at grounded combat. True. But we'll see. I'll adapt to it. It's not the first time. I got this. Yep. It's not the first time, but I already know what's gonna happen. The game did give me a lot of good things, so I'm not even gonna complain too much. It helps. Large ammo. Yes, that helps. Just this 7. Okay, this one. Oh! Yeah! Okay. Why is my health so low? Did I get a scroll that destroys my health? Alright, I have Spirit Feline, I forgot. Spirit Feline? It just annoys me when I can't hit the boss with Brick. Fair. Here we go. Let's hope this is not the end of the run. I sure as hell will try my best. Ooh. I have insane damage now. They got melted. Let's get this one so that I don't die.
Godro Bongo.
Gojo Bango. Right, let's be quick. I wonder if they want to go to the night market tonight. Begin to generate shield when hitting the players. I don't have shield, let's not take that. Inflict an employee effect doing damage on players. Then make sure anything on players. Trigger max once per second. Let's get this one, it's okay. Fragile body? Sure. Oh, they do have the spirit feline effect, I think. Dealing damage to player increase the range cooldown of the skills by 1 second. Every 3 seconds will inflict 1 second. Come on. Consume 5% of the HP when dealing damage and deal additional 50% damage. No. Sorry, I'm skipping it. Lucky shot chances get this one. The field proficiency is gonna be good on 3rd stage onward. Let's be quick. Let's go. Do I get more modules here? Yes, I do. I want... expansion. I'm still gonna do all the vaults. Yeah. Here we go. Night and day difference when they give you something that you need. It's not that good. Oh, flame shard. Get this one. No speed scroll. I'm so slow. Replace and render non-exclusive exception of the selected weapon with exclusive. This one. Oh, I'm afraid they would replace this one though. Bet. I knew it! I knew it! I got greedy! I got greedy! I knew it! I knew it! Okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Just take it. Nice. Okay, we will never run out of bullets now at least. Remove one inscription from your primary weapon and lower the level by 3. Becomes permanent. Achieve the following 8 times. Using weapon within 4 seconds. It's weird. I don't want it. Also, it's getting dark. Give me a second. Real quick, up the gain to maximum. Up again. Oh, it's too dark. Okay, this works. Nice. Okay, very, very nice, very nice. Keep going, keep going. I was aiming at the wrong thing. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Okay. I kinda wish I can get an ostrich rider. That would be nice. Ostrich rider. Understand? Perfect 6. Oh, get this one. So that I can run really fast without needing to dash all the time. Persistent? Okay. Oh, I had Persistent. No wonder I can tank so much. Indestructible. You know what? I'm not even gonna take them anymore. It's fine. Let's go. Fast. Speed. Nice hoo, nice hoo. Movement speed. Get this one, get this one. Movement speed. Any speed I can get, I'll get it. This one's good. I'm playing kinda careless. At the same time, trying to dodge as much as possible. As much as I can. Oh god, this dimension portal. Ooh, so tough, so tough. Okay. Brick. And then enemies within 10 meters. That's guaranteed more damage though. I think I might not be able to... yeah, I think I might not be able to finish Mysterious Joko. I think, you know what? I proved my point. I proved my point. It is truly night and day when the game gives you what you want, and when the game gives you random stuff. Cultural drop shop and mysterious chest will only have curiosity box. I'm thinking of 4, it will be destroyed. What? Oh, that's fun. I want it. So you can technically get 12 scrolls. Yeah, 12 scrolls. This is fine. Damage. Get melted. Get this one. This one? That's not bad. Oh, scroll. I think that's everything, right? Give me all the curiosity box against the flow. Ninja's discipline. This one, ooh. Projectile plus 1 consumption plus 100%. I think it's not bad, honestly. Reloads really fast as well. Yes, change it. This one is Elemental Justice, 80% burning. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, I need to change. Okay. No, it's okay. Let's use this one. Destroy a curse scroll. Do I have the thing? No, actually, you know what? I'm not gonna ban on it. Just destroy a curse scroll now. Okay. There we go. Go, 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 go. I'm not even looking at how my turret's doing. No, not the ship! Ah fuck, it's such a time waster! And it doesn't look good, it's not even the sneak. Why is my health so low? Oh yeah, the priced HP, I forgot. Just take it, it's okay. Bloodbath. Extended magazine? Oh no! Extended magazine, let's go. Buy some bullet. Wait, I refresh everything, right? No, I didn't. Right, let's do it. I have no speed. I'm a little bit. I'm a little concerned. Egg. It's not here. Take it! The frame is so bad! Frames! Okay, go. Shell. Oh my god. Go. You did! $713. Ooh, $713.
Godro Bongo.
It's okay. You know what? Go through it. It's okay. Just go. I'm gonna try to go. I'm gonna try to do it as fast as I can, like super fast. I'm not gonna take any of these, unless unless there's like a curse scroll, then I'll take it. All right. Anything I want to change? I have Iron Providence, Weapon Genius, and Field Proficiency.
Toonbo 1 Wiggly.
Toonbo Wiggly. 100% inflict all elemental effects, Endless Assault. Refresh all available ascensions once per golden goblin. I do have the reset scroll, but I don't think I need that. My current ascension is like the best currently. Look at that. All the explosions I got. I got all explosions. Just go. This is perfect. The music fits right now. I'm going as fast as I can. Here we go. Ammo recover. Sanguine relic. Oh my god, yes. Take it, take it, take it, take it. Go, go, go. Okay. Who cares about frames? There's no need for frames. Ooh, dragon. Oh, it's actually slippery. Oh, neat! They changed it. Kobo can do it. Thank you. Kobo will try her best. Last time. Just take it. Lone Ranger. More justice. Fire tree gonna be less AoE. Ah, it's so good though. Okay, fine. Don't change it. Don't change it. Couple minor. Okay. Going in. Arms Trafficker. It's okay. Upgrade. Let's go. Hidden transaction. Since when I got hidden transaction? Die! Gonna change it to pressure enhancement. Well, actually, expansion.
Nexus 17 Hyper Break.
Nexus 17 Hyper Break. Yeah! Hyper Break. Just gonna go in first. They pronounce it pretty right. TTS doesn't like my name, it feels like. My name is Tyler. Which I kinda get, you know, TY. Usually people pronounce it as Ty. Dragon. Okay. Dragon. Where's the treasure chest? Give it to me. Give it to me. Hidden treasure, fire enthusiast, bloodlight. I have fire shot, right? I can heal though. Yeah, bloodlight. Go, 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 go. Looks like I might have been doxed, and now I have to continue my fight under different circumstances. I hope you do what you do. Because you're awesome. Sorry, you're gay-hearted vicious. Oh, grey-head. Grey-head vicious. Oh. Sorry you have to deal with that. They say you don't know. You know what? I'm not gonna pry, but I'm sorry you have to deal with this. It's not much, but I still hope you. I still wish you all the best. Don't I feel proficiency? No. You proficient. I do! Up to 10 stacks. Okay, they changed it. I cannot spam dash anymore. No! Fire! Arson! fire and flames. Potion device. Oh my god, yes! Second wind? You think I care? I'm just gonna run! Going in! Angry kobold noises with 2 lizards on her hands! Kill! I don't care what you are, you will die! Angry kobold... Nice, angry kobold noises win. Goblet? Mad Bomber? Yes! Yes, explosions! Yes! Kobold kill Phantom Skin. It's not useful, but it's okay. I have Sacred Aura. I cannot be slowed down. And Kobold's gonna go so fast. Kobold's crazy! Kobold's crazy! Fair enough. I think I got all the explosions enhancements I have. Oh my god, it's the whole thing. Okay. It's not gluttony? Good. Take it all? Too late, but I'll do it. Improve clip, this one is also good. No refresh addict, it's okay. Upgrade everything, and off we go. Can't believe I guessed wrong. Destroy! Heal! Heal! Get out, we win! Give me all the soul essence in this, take it all! Oh! Yes! Oh my god. Justice! Finally. Not even fun. I consider it as fun because I lose. I've been suffering for fucking 6 hours.
Godro
Oh my
Bongo
god.
Tumbo
I'll
1
take it. I'll
Wiggly
fucking
Godro
take
Bongo.
it. I will fucking take it. Good lord. Night and day difference, I'm telling you. Alright, okay. All good. Oh. Now why are you biting legs? Okay, let's go here. Let's come here. My room is pitch black. Oh, this music is hype as fuck. I like it. Tira, more like Kobo. They're both the same thing, isn't it? Here, let's go find the right target. I'm still gonna play this music, it's okay. I'm still gonna play it. No, don't bite licks. Yeah, that was fast as fuck. Hey, but then again, J. A kitty with justice is also as scary, eh? Kitty with justice. Actually turn off the lights with my coils. Turn it on! Turn it on! Kobo likes the dark actually, don't turn it on. I've been looking for some time now, maybe like a few hours. I appreciate that, thank you. Lurks are great. Thank you. At least the game was nice towards the end. Yeah, I get some adrenaline pumping towards the end. That was nice. I'm surprised that I get adrenaline pumped on Sundays. That's not right. Isn't this like a low energy stream and then adrenaline pumping? Alright. Like at least 4 hours. I mean, I have been streaming for almost 7 hours. Dazzy. Let's rate Dazzy. I have to do it as soon as possible. I will speedrun this. I'm just gonna speedrun all the ending. I cannot type. I cannot see anything. Where's my keyboard? Holy GH. Thank you, Lex. Your Kobold high energy is just your natural state of being. But not today, though. Kobold is supposed to be low energy. Well, today. Yeah, today. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Oh, thank you, Lex. Yeah, that's a raid message. Speedrun, I have a Discord. Dragon Sipping Corner, enough said. And then let me type in the raid to Dazzy real quick. Why am I rushing? Because I need to go to the night market tonight at 7:30 p.m. And here we go. I type in the raid. Sorry for the rush, but yeah. Before the raid, I want to say I had to stretch for a little bit. It's only there to sim for, in my opinion. A Kobold! 115 of my goal of channel points, even though I don't have reference. Oh, hopefully by then you will have your reference. Because without reference, I will not be able to make a 3D model. I could try to make a 3D model off of a description, but it's probably gonna be a little bit difficult. If by that point you have the channel points, you have the amount of channel points, and then you don't have a reference, then you could try to describe it, and then I can try to make a model out for you. I can try. Kobo is a small dragon, true. How tall are you? Kobo wise, I'm 160m. Alright, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and mattered. Very valuable. Right? Sorry for rushing this one, but here comes the raid to Dazzy.
Hey Chad, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns.
I have horns.
I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns.
That's me.
They're long.
That's me.
It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle chain. Instead of holding your
Dragon
waist,
boyfriend.
they could hold your horns.
They could hold my horns. I feel sad though if they hold my horn like a handlebar. Unless I allow them to, then they can do it. But no. And my horns is my precious. You cannot just hold them like a handlebar. Can you? No, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't think I'm missing anything. I don't think I'm missing anything. Yeah. I'm gonna raid and run. I'm gonna raid and run. Sorry, Dazzy. I know you're not here to look at this, but I'm gonna raid and run. I'll just say that. I'll just say that to Dazzy. Okay. See you guys tomorrow while I do some art. Take care. Kobo smooches. Bye 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 bye. Take care. Bye bye.